to start with the land-based aquaculture in Japan. But in case of the caviar or some the other pumpfish, as a high-priced product, already started in some places, and also but the one point in the discharge water from aquaculture pond is very difficult and sometimes a problem to the destroyed of the environment.
Microphone, please. Microphone.
So it's the technology is very much ongoing.
Yes.
So it's not so much problem for environment. So that's why all the other countries besides compared to Japan is expanding, I think. So, and also the cost-wise is the good thing is if you produce the sustainable energy in local, for example, and then it's you need to do the power to X in a time, then you produce hydrogen and oxygen. Then that oxygen can used for this land based aquaculture. So that's the cost-wise, it's going to be very low because it's what is called sub productions compared to the hydrogen. So that's why I think we need to think about it to do that in Japan as much as faster as we can. I think. I believe.
Thank you very much. So regarding of the cost and so the regulations about water control is in Southeast Asian countries, the African countries, now the production increases drastically. But unfortunately, there in these countries, there are no regulations that outcharge discharge water from aquaculture ponds. I think that's a problem. However, there are some technology development. Now Japan already succeeded in the closed system, no discharge waters. That kind of if we apply this closed system aquaculture, we can produce the tuna in Tokyo. And also the power plant that we are starting collaboration with the power plant. They give us some hydrogen or some energy and heat. Easy to develop the land-based aquaculture in Japan also. So next step, how to make the market. And also who can conduct this at land-based aquaculture. If only a particular company or a particular person gets such kind of benefit only, it's sometimes not so good. How to make some community benefit? How to think of the community benefits through the new business and the new technologies? We should think about that point. I'm worrying about that point.
I think we can first start to sell to the China because the Chinese people can also like fresh fish water, water fish. So, but then I think we also have to learn how to eat well in freshwater fish. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Fushimi already conducted the aquaculture in China.
Okay, so time has come. So thank you very much for Ishikawa-san. Let's give hands.
Thank you.
Yeah. Actually, another question has come from the online participants. Let's carry over it to the general discussion. So next is a joint presentation from the Gulf and North Africa. So I would like to invite Dr. Naima BENKARI and Dr. Monia BOUSNINA. They will present sequentially. So Dr. Naima BENKARI is an associate professor of the Sultan Qaboos University, Sultanate of Oman, and also she's serving as a focal point of the ICOMOS-SDGs working group. And Dr. Monia BOUSNINA is a leader of director of the laboratory architecture Mediterranean University of Sétif, one for her Abbas, Algeria. So, Dr. Monia, Dr. Naima, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Kondo-san. and good morning for everyone. Good morning for the online assistants. Good morning or good afternoon. First of all, I will be presenting first, and then I will invite my colleague Monia to join. First of all, I'd like to thank RIHN for organizing this very important symposium, and also thank Professor Kondo-san for the very fruitful collaboration that we've got since 2018. Our talk today is a common intervention with my colleague Monia from the University of Ferhat Abbas in Sétif, and we will focus on different case studies of capacity building with the documentation of heritage. Slightly different approaches, but the same general goals and purposes. For my talk, I'd like to situate it within the main aim of this symposium with a focus on going beyond the circular economy and focusing on area capacity approaches through place-based ways of working with our students in order to preserve first the built heritage in Oman, as well as forming students and future architects and people who will intervene on this heritage for its development. So the documentation is, first of all, the purpose is, of course, documenting the buildings in order to give a diagnosis and also develop how we can manage this heritage. But also it is it is meant as a mean of training for green transformation. Just a quick introduction to Oman as a geography and as a heritage. It can be divided into 4 main regions. We have the coastal region that is roughly 3% of the country. And it is a very long coastal region where architecture is really specific to this kind of geography and climate. The buildings are quite separate from each other to suck in the fresh air in order to adapt to the arid climate of this country. We have the mountainous region, which is the down left. And here we are behind the mountains because the coastal region is a very thin strip and it is separated from the desert through this mountainous region, and also the architecture is adapted to this climate and geography. It is here that we have the famous fallage and the terraced agriculture that is working really as an organic system with the architecture, the vernacular architecture there. Then there is the desert, which is a large part of the country, and it is what you see on the I know you don't see it. The desert is 82% of the land of the country, and here you have either nomadic organizations or again very compact buildings or settlements to preserve each other from the heat. And we have a very interesting 4th part, which is the lower right picture. It is the monsoon region. It's the only tip of Oman that is hit by the monsoon winds, seasonal winds, creating the famous Kharif or autumn in the language of Oman. And it is an area during this season, starting from June until beginning of September. It is a very green area, and it is the havens of Omanis and people of the Gulf to enjoy greenery there. So the project that started this capacity building and this area capability approach that we established and used repeatedly in several settlements, was initiated by the Ministry of Heritage and Tourism with the collaboration of the Sultan School, Sultan University of Sultan Qaboos. And it tackled first 4 settlements in different regions. The purpose was because the ministry did a listing of the most endangered settlements, and they initiated this project, to which we have been invited as consultant, researcher consultant. And immediately the idea developed into becoming a capacity building / consultancy project. And we invited our undergraduate students to participate in this project. And they all what you see has been produced through this project by these students. And there were other outcomes also that I will speak about. As I said, the Ministry of Heritage invited us for this project because of the disappearance of this vernacular architecture through, of course, the weathering, the age, because it's mainly local materials, mainly mud architecture, but also there is some stone architecture, and very important settlements in terms of architectural layout and urban layout, but also historic, anthropologic information were disappearing with these buildings. So it was a double loss. Let alone the drought of the afflage, which is a very low energy complex system that was in Oman since 5,000 years ago. And there are some afflage that are still alive, but we lost almost a third of them. They dried up. 5 of them are on the World Heritage List of UNESCO. This disappearance also, this loss, was joined or was emphasized by a very centralized way of managing heritage, where the management was mainly in the Ministry of Heritage in the capital, while the country is spread out more than 300,000 square kilometers. And as you saw, vernacular architecture is almost everywhere. So this centralized approach to managing heritage also participated in the acceleration of this loss, along with the change of way of living of Omanis since the 70s, with the oil being a main source of income in the country. People deserted their settlements, going to main cities with more comfort, with stable jobs, higher paid jobs as well. And they left these settlements. And when the settlements are empty, they just either collapse, or for the case of Oman and all the Gulf region, actually, they are inhabited by low-income workers who are generally not from the same culture, coming from other parts of Asia, Southeast Asia, and living in these buildings or these houses with different ways and different needs and different approach to the construction and to the maintenance. And this generally accelerates even more the collapse and the disappearance. So we were in this situation. And what we started was, the objective is to form architects who can take care of this heritage, because until 2015, the start of this project, there was no Omani architects in the Ministry of Heritage. They were all people who were expatriates, specialists of vernacular heritage, but not directly related to this heritage. And even in the conservation work, we were faced with the same situation. So the objective was to form local Omani architects to take care of their own heritage and to come to know it better. And this generated other outcomes as well. So we established what I call these 4 poles, where, of course, the ministry, who is the main funding authority in this project. We've got academia, which is our university, and then we expanded our cooperation with other universities and institutions like the RIHN for another settlement as well. We've got the local community, because we worked with the local community not as working about them and describing their life and how they deal with of course, all this is important to observe how local communities are living in their own houses, because there were some who remained in these settlements. But it is important also to get them involved, and even involved beyond community involvement as described in the UNESCO recommendation of heritage urban landscape. Get them really involved in giving the knowledge and developing, maybe co-developing new knowledge about how to deal with this heritage. And finally, these same communities will become later on as investors, because we will see that because of this work of documentation and really involving the local community and asking their opinion and getting them really to understand our methods of working and the purpose of this work, they regain awareness of the importance of their heritage, because the vernacular heritage had a very bad connotation because it's a backward architecture that is not comfortable, etc., etc. So this work helped them helped in raising their awareness about the potential of this heritage. And since these operations, we witnessed an increase of organizations, non-governmental organizations, small associations of residents or previous residents or descendant of residents who would take over their settlements and refurbish them, renovate them, and transfer them into guest houses, hotels, small hotels, etc. And since 2016, we are witnessing a new trend, a booming in a new era of vernacular architecture used for vernacular tourism purposes. Just a couple of, I explained a little bit our methodology, our approach, and it was also meant to be an approach that is improved for each settlement, for each new experience, in order to become replicable and repeatable, at least in the region. But we could replicate part of it also outside of this region, notably in Algeria. And also, we could use it with other researchers that are not from the country or the culture, like we did with the team from RIHN and Tokyo University for the settlement in Salalah. So this methodology is slightly inspired, especially for the context sheets that I will speak about. But the organization of the team was, first of all, a multidisciplinary team. And this was because the university or the department where I work is actually a double major in civil engineering and architecture. So we've got at least these two disciplines, in addition to the technicians and my colleagues who were also from archaeology, from technicians who deal with new technologies and also architecture and urban planning. So we tried to have this diversity of approach that is quite needed to solve such entangled problems. The students were organized into different teams, although they were all from architecture or civil engineering. But we've got measurers, people who measure, people who take sketches, people who are dedicated to photography, and others who would take the semi-structured interviews. And on this point, it was very important to have Omanis speaking to Omanis and establishing this connection that got lost for a while. between the new generation and the older generation, talking to each other about their common heritage. So we re-established this connection, this trans-generational knowledge in these operations. And yeah, it got really very interesting results. We used, as I said, dedicated context sheets that were improved and repeated in different sites. Every building, every settlement had a set of sheets to try to capture the maximum of technical and social information by the students so that they are completely autonomous on site. Before that, they have in class or in studio training how to deal with these context sheets, how to take each one their role and what is expected from them in each settlement. Then in the settlement, we will dedicate the first part of the first day. They come in communication or in contact with the settlement to make a round all together so that they know roughly what is it about. And then everyone would know their role and they will work independently. So it became a very interesting operation, which I liked observing. Everyone knew exactly what to do. And they went, and these context sheets had also some instructions so that even if they forgot the training, they would be structured in their work. And this is how we generated the drawings, the technical drawings that you saw in the beginning, and a very heavy document, a systematic architectural and urban documentation of all these settlements. We are reaching 6 settlements now. Along the way, as I said, since there were a lot of knowledge that's been lost, we discovered several interesting things. In some settlements, we discovered that it was the birthplace of one of the imams who led the first, not the first, but the imama, the Yarubi imama of the 16th century, which started the empire of Oman. We discovered just like that it was his birthplace. So these are the very interesting and happy discoveries of this. This means that also we didn't know a lot about these settlements, and everything was to be done. Another discovery in another settlement was also the residence of the last muallim, the last master builder, decorator, qadi. So a very interesting personage in this settlement that also it was an opportunity to do his biography, how he evolved in the different settlements, and we discovered that he worked also in Qatar and in Bahrain. So this kind of channels that proves that this knowledge was also trans-bordered beyond Oman. As I said, the interviews were also a way to collect information, especially from local knowledgeable people, like a personage that is in all settlements, which is Wakil al-Falaj, who is in charge of managing these channels. And only the Falaj is we can elaborate in the discussion, it is a full system of capabilities, area-based capabilities. And this helped to develop, as I said, not only the documentation, but also the preliminary diagnosis of the state of conservation of each building, in addition to the typologies of these buildings, which helped in developing for some of the settlements a detailed management plan that will be used later on, as we discovered, will be used by these local communities who organize themselves into associations to redevelop their settlements. We also introduced another layer of technology for another case where the drone and the 3D laser scanner were used, and this one for a World Heritage Site. It was used for building in a World Heritage Site, the site of Qalhat, the Bibi Mariam shrine. Not only digital documentation, yes, not only the 3D laser scanning, but also we started using the HBIM, the Building Information System, applied for heritage through the Revit, by using Revit. And this was in a slightly different context. It's a master research project also funded by the Ministry of Heritage, because they are exploring the possibility of introducing this technology. The work that has been done with the students also was prolonged in order to understand its effect, as I said, on them. All these things are published in different articles that are listed at the end of the presentation. And the survey showed that this work has increased their awareness, of course, of their heritage, but also their ability to work together, team working, leadership, resilience in very difficult conditions, innovation in new solutions when the original one did not work. And most importantly, we've got 2 of our architectural students who were hired immediately as the conservation architects by the Ministry of Heritage, and now they are thriving in their responsibilities to manage this vernacular heritage. While when we started this exercise, this course of vernacular architecture was taught only in the studio, never on site. And they did not have a clue about this architecture, although they would go visit their grandfathers and mothers in the village, in the settlement, but they did not have this eye-opening experience. As I said, the community also got involved with us, and then they also got empowered to take care of their villages. And also I have a paper about that where they started renovating, refurbishing their buildings. Of course, it's not all perfect, but at least emptied, deserted, crippling settlements now are flourishing with thousands, tens of thousands of visitors in some seasons. Also, this experience was enlarged or expanded to, as I said, involve colleagues from different regions, different cultures, and also the knowledge that was collected since 2016 is again used in the new plans, strategic plans that is developed by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Planning in Oman. Whenever there is a city that has, and there are many, that has local and vernacular architecture, we are called through the university to be the heritage consultant, so that the development of the city is heritage-based or heritage-led development. So it's also another development of this approach. And this is what I called a loop of a heritage loop. We learn from heritage in order to document it and to preserve it, at least on paper. We form students, future architects, future decision makers, how to deal with this heritage, knowing exactly what it is about. We work with a local community that feels empowered because they are partners in the work, and they are inspired empowered to deal with this heritage and to go with it. It's not an idea to freeze it, but to help develop it, but develop it in the right way. And we cooperate with institutions and ministries in taking care of this heritage in the best way, as well as cooperating with colleagues from other areas on the same purpose. Yeah, this is the end of it, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctora. So let's continue to the Monia's part, and then we will have Q&A. At the beginning of the general discussion, I invite Professor KANBARA Sakiko-san for a commentator.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I would make a brief summary for this session and discussion. My name is Sakiko KANBARA from Kobe City College of Nursing. My major is nurse and epidemiologist, and public health and disaster nursing. So from the perspective of the residents and care, so I would like to share my perspective. And beforehand, I would like to introduce by myself and my disaster nursing theory and framework and goal and relation of the goal and framework. Yeah, disaster nursing and care is the home economy and human basic needs, ishokuju, food, clothes, shelter, and connected to lifestyle and culture. And we care for self-care and primary health care and public health care and global health and planetary health. And for this, I visualize using the social determinant of health and planetary health and using the SDG goal. Then we care in the community and for family and community. Between family and community, we call jimoto. Yeah, this is, I think, one of the key words in Japan and the social capital. And I work in basically Southeast Asia and a South Asia country. And my research question always does something like that. And what is well-being? Who is community? And how much is the risk there? And where is secure? And we have always discuss with the community people how to do using the community, using like the CBPR, community-based participatory research, and try out using the cutting edge smartphone or high tech, and visualize this kind of narrative approach. Always we have to work because no so much professional there. So informal, always with informal unpaid caregiver like a mother and grandmother and women participation. And I realized rooted in family culture and local network. And they often the first and most critical line of defense against health issue. In a disaster, in the disaster is not only hazard, but we call this is living in uncertainty. Then I utilize now for inclusion, the diversity management for stages. Diversity management is like turning difference into significance and how we can work with them and disability people or marginalized group. So, and this, I heard this panel discussion, and I would like to say this core question, how to build the circulation of knowledge and culture and social relation and ecological consideration, this going beyond to conventional things and economic value to achieve sustainable local development. So area capability area capability approach is the framework I thought. So I think these three themes are emerging: the resource care and capability, stimulation, enhancement. So area capability approach integrates care as a counterpart to resource utilization and foster self-recovery in both resource and human relation. Then the second is the digital tool for emotional circulation. So how digital technology visualize, promote non-material value circulation. And the third is what is external actors and local regionality. This is my key insight. The external actor must be catalyst or model. So would like to discuss, and from now, just 10 minutes, but would like to discuss a question: what is care and rule and setting and area and governance, and how make the scaling and make policy making. So I would like to discuss with all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, KANBARA-san. Yeah, so don't worry, we have 20 minutes for discussion. Thank you very much. So, yeah, we welcome any of your comment or questions from floors or online. Hi, Iran-san.
Excuse me, if I may ask, KANBARA, after that presentation, what you put up there, the question one on care and rule setting, to what degree do you think the organization of rules or the creation of rules is dependent on the participation of all of the groups in the community? This perhaps goes to the question also of social capital, but it goes to the sense of agency and ownership of these kinds of rule making.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this is always based on these challenges, because when I went and go to the affected area, I have to make the map, start from making the map and approach to the community people and look for the marginalized group. Who is marginalized group? Always they asked us. Yeah, and yeah, because for my situation, yeah, because I'm nurse everywhere and globally. So always my first touch point is nursing association globally and worldwide, and NGO connected to NGO or community, INGO, the local NGO or something like this. This kind of collective works. Thank you.
Hi, Yamagiwa-san.
I'd like to ask all of you how to avoid that, the pressure from global market. Area capability is succeeded in the limited area. I guess it is very successful. But all the area are now exposed the pressure from the global market, and it is very strong. So how to avoid and to keep independence of area capability?
Okay, first of all, thank you very much for the questions. So of course, the global market and the economy is giving some pressure to how to improve some of the resources utilizations. So in case of our cases, so sometimes a big company came to the area to develop the tourism, but at that time in Amakusa Prefecture, in the dolphin tourism existing conducted by the community, they reject of the offer about the project because already they are developed their own regulations and they already realize about the importance about the natures. Because of course there are some failure they have because of chasing the dolphin, and so some destroyed some of the habitat, but they lost of many benefit from natures, they already realize importance of the environment and also the target local resources. That is why the residents rejected the offer to the tourism companies. And also, at the time, in the government supported this decision of the residents. That is why I proposed the communication and collaboration with researchers and government and local community. That should be very important when we facing the difficulty to continue the community works. There's a mutual trust and the understanding of the residents of the importance of natures and societies. That's the key to the continuous to the area capability approach.
If I may address this question, and it's quite similar to Professor here. For the case of Oman, for example, we noticed for a long period there was no tourism or very, very limited tourism. But now with the new policy and the new politics oriented towards encouraging tourism, we noticed that the number is increasing. But fortunately enough, I think that works like ours, not only at our university, but different other institutions, helps in raising awareness of the community on the importance of tourism, but also not exchanging your value against just the money and allow this pressure to come. So what I notice, at least in Oman, is that there is this awareness, and even numbers are limited. When the parking is not enough, people are stopped away, asking for taking appointment before that. So from this perspective, what I call they became traditional challenges. In Oman, I think it's addressed, but there is a new pressure that is a new way of global market, which is AI. This thing, I think that communities are not yet aware about it. We are all pushed to jump ahead in it, and not all of us realize the background of it and the possible challenges that it will bring, specifically on non-renewable resources, fresh water, etc. So this aspect it needs to be worked on, I think. Thank you.
Je voudrais vous remercier pour la question pertinente. C'est vrai que c'est une question qui englobe, malgré la diversité des sites, mais c'est une question qui est d'actualité. Justement, en ce qui concerne l'utilisation des nouvelles technologies, on parle justement de l'écotourisme ou bien du tourisme durable pour éviter justement le tourisme de masse. Et comme je l'ai montré dans l'une des applications des nouvelles technologies, c'est la réalité augmentée, qui permet un tourisme non invasif et qui permet de protéger les sites. Merci.
So my colleague here, thanks you for this very pertinent question, which is also an actual one, and it is applied to other sites as well. For the case study of Algeria and Sétif specifically, they are trying to mitigate this pressure of tourism using technologies and augmented reality, which has proven to alleviate a little bit the pressure of tourism and encourage non-intrusive tourism in very important sites like the antique sites that she is working on.
Wakita-san, どうですか?
What about you, Wakita-san? In the global market, how are you going to perceive the local markets? About the direct impacts from the global market from day to day, I don't feel that very strongly. So the circulation you were talking about, is this only limited to the certain local areas, or the vegetables or the rices? Don't you deal with those outside markets? Do they circulate in your local market? No. Farmers market. There is a farmers market located in the village of Ogi, and they are selling them in the local market. If that is the case, the prices of the produces, be it the quality of the quantity, they must be decided in the global market. wow, ours is so delicious and very inexpensive, and those are produced by the elderly people. Probably those are the ones who are not able to continue to do this. The self-sufficient produces, and if there is the surplus, then farms to market can be utilized. We do have abundant farmlands. Therefore, those new young comers who are expected to come to use our farms, we do have one household young people who are expected to be engaged in the organic farming. If we are able to create such farming by the new generation, maybe we are able to increase those numbers of the newcomers. This is my only dream. Of course, when I retired from university, I was taught by those local people as to how I am engaged to being farming. So this is not a serious issue. But in the near future, about the self-sufficiency of the food, we have to think about the weathers and global wars. And if there are some difficulties in securing the supply chain, yeah, we need to secure the self-sufficient setup locally for some time. Personally, that is my personal views. I do not want to pressurize my own view to the rest of the people, though. But another question, for example, their point, you have the idea, and looks like you have the local point locally faced with the Lake Biwa. And are there any competition or the collaboration with the other organizations nearby? Well, I seems to be the only one who continues to speak. Am I okay? Well, the Shiga Prefecture is taking the initiatives. There is the local currency point. And we have created the Biwa point. And there are a lot of commonalities, but we do have a very small NPO. We do not have enough funds, whereas Shiga Prefectural government does have the power. So sometimes we feel some pressures from the stronger competitors. But what we have in our mind is we hope we'll be able to come up with the mechanism locally, for example, the local financing structure, inviting the local banks to be a participant, to deal with the small businesses, and they can give us a contribution or donation and create the fund, the Lake Biwa Fund, for example, to let the other people to give the evaluation of what we are doing, and we will be able to increase our funds locally. That's something I have been envisaging as my illusion, but anything can be possible starting from the illusion, or we can create the dream out of illusion and make it a reality. And for this year, the Bank of Shiga, a president of which was my subordinate in the university, so we had a chat with those people in the financial institutions. Thank you very much. I haven't been talking long. Now, global market. I'll be speaking in Japanese about the impact on the global market. On the contrary, especially farm produces, if there is a less impact adversely on the environment, then that can create the higher value. By creating such produces, what we are doing locally can be appreciated and evaluated highly by the global market. But in order to get the good confidence, we have to have the scientific evidence. We cannot just continue to say, oh, what we produce is very good. There may be some people who are skeptical about what we are saying. So we have to have the good evidence. In the area capability approach, the external scientists continue to give the science-based evidence in order to promote what we are producing locally.
Thank you very much. So next Frederick, please.
Yes, thank you. It's perhaps more for Mr. Ishikawa. My question is on this type of pressure. Yamagiwa Sensei raised this question, but in most of informal societies, informal economies, we cannot measure something. Some aspects are not measurable. And when I heard about your case in Shizuoka, I was thinking of a Mediterranean situation where the informal fisheries and amateur in many places is not measured at all, and we don't know the impact of amateur fishing practices on the resource itself. So, could you put that point in your studies? Are you able to measure, for example, Japanese amateur pressures in some areas or other? Did you take that point in your vision, because you didn't mention that?
Thank you very much. So in case of Japan, is sometimes special for especially in the fisheries, because we already have some of the system of the community-based local coastal fishery system. Each fisheries have to get the right, the community exclusive fishing right is already distributed to each fishermen community, but each fishermen community has the responsibility to monitor the environment and also the fishery resources. And each community should submit the data to the central government. And central government also checked about the quality of the environment and the resource condition to communicate. This system already developed in Japan. But this is a very unique cases of the world, I think. So I propose to the ADFP approach to communicate the researchers and also the researchers and the scientists should collaborate with the community members to develop that. And of course, the enough data is very difficult to collect. That is why we emphasize is not the management, to care. To care means to living alone and to pay much attention about target and so the monitor through the utilization and to conduct some action as much as possible. Data also, scientists collect as much as possible. It's not enough, but there are no sense to please try to accumulate the data and evaluate and popularize through the scientific papers and document and publication something. It's a role of the scientist to now living together. I think how many increase such kind of the scientists and so also the researchers to increase in the society. And I also ask the government to support this change. To the scientists and the researchers should live in the local areas and collaborate with the communities. And so publish the papers and publish the document. That's a regular work to our scientists. It's a new actions of the academic world. Academic also is accept of these changes. That's my dreams, and that is one of the reasons I propose the area capability approach.
Agree with Ishikawa Sensei's opinion, and as an epidemiologist now, we should not focus on much more big epidemiological study, but focus on personal life record, personal health record, and longitudinal and ethnographical approach, and now focus much more case study and more described epidemiology now. Yeah, this is one entry point.
Me too. I agree with Prof. Ishikawa on his approach. And this, I think, because wherever we are, the case of Japan, for example, or Middle East and North Africa, we observe that at a certain time of history of communities, there was this discontinuity of knowledge, this gap of knowledge between the generations or between the communities. And this, I think, whether we like it or not, as researchers, we have a role there by being there, living there, learning with the community, understanding the rules to set the local rules as well, and reformulating them through communication in order to create this connection between the generations and the communities, like the case of Biwa, and also transmitting and spreading the results and the process and the methods to other researchers, other communities in order to implement similar and adapt similar things to create wider and wider positive effect. Yeah, thank you.
All right, so maybe this is a final comment. So Monia, would you like to say something? Okay, so to conclude, I just continue the one leftover questions that is corresponding to the issue 3, scaling. So this is for Professor Ishikawa. So what challenges have you encountered in scaling up area capability approach, or is it best limited to smaller scale projects?
Okay, thank you very much. So I now try to make some good example according to the area capability approach in the world. So far, I facing the how to scaling, how to decide the scale and how to decide the communities. That's a big problem, our area capability approach. But firstly, I communicate only the local user. The local user is only, and the living areas is a very small scale, is a particular area. However, the scaling, it depends on the resources. How many, what kind of the people can utilize of the local resources, that decides the point to the areas and scaling. Nowadays, we communicate by Telegram or the SNS as we easily communicate the remote areas. If the person care about and worry about the natures and resources, and also conduct some business and the local residents, they can be one of the members of the community, user community. And in these cases, in the scale can be large. So how to communicate with the people and who can utilize the local resources and how to care about the environmental society. That's a key issue to decide the scale and community, I think.
Thank you very much for this very active discussion. So thank you for all for joining this session. Thank you very much. So let's move to lunch. So thank you very much. So Asari-san, what time shall we resume?
Okay, so anyway, let's go to the lunch. So hopefully we can start from 1:30. But if it's a bit tight, yeah, we will expand a little bit.
Shall we resume at as planned 1:30? So free lunch is served in the dining hall.
Hello, everyone. Let's get started session 4. Hello. Okay, so it has a title, Towards a Resonant Future of Life, Innovation Emerged from Dialogue Beyond the Human-Nature Divide. I'm Narumi Yoshikawa, specially appointed professor of RIHN and the head of Uehiro Research Center for Japan Environmental Studies. We invited 3 speakers and commentators for these sessions. And we aimed for reaching what we try to make an imaginations about green knowledge based on the environmental education, mainly focus on the future humanity with nature. So this is the introduction of our center. So yesterday, the first keynote speech by Professor Ilan Chavai, we clarified what we mean by transformation and challenge. And we carry this forward in our use of innovation in the title of these sessions. Innovation is often mistaken for more technological advancement, but following Joseph Schumpeter, we understand it as a creation of new value through the new combinations. And let me introduce some a near example, simple example like this. So you can see that the strawberry, I love, and strawberry and daifuku are popular fruits and beloved Japanese sweet combined into something new. It's ichigo daifuku with own unique value. This is the innovations, right? Yes, it's a collaborations, and sometimes we call it bricolage. Yes, and the differences of change and the transformation, innovation, I think like this. And today, this kinds of creativity and creative sensibility brings different things together. So, for example, AI Compassion Mangathon is a workshop at our center that explores the innovation, new way of bringing AI with Japanese compassion, using the graphic record and the manga, part of Japan liberal arts based on the Japan soft power, so-called soft power. And we invited participants, high school students and university students, to promote the further visions of AI and compassion by making a manga like this. And to imagine the future, we sometimes need the images and the pictures. Although AI is built on the past data, but a single picture drawing can help us dream and foresee, predict a new possibility in the future. One such picture inspired the humanoid robotics and the humanoid robot Ashimo, and designed it not to be strong or scary, but to work earnestly and gentle with and evoke empathy and compassion for our human side. So we needed to have make imagination before development of technology as well as art, we think, such as social technology, animism, putting on seeing a soul in the non-human beings, invite us to rethink innovation and seek trusting coexistence with nature and people and things. In this green knowledge sessions, I would like to show the video of Ashimo developed by my big brother, Ashimo dancing to guide a girl who does not want to go to school. And so it shows that social technology does not surpass humans, but support the deepen our humanity. So let's see that video. In the end, there is a punchline that she went first. Okay. Such a created by Honda is we can sing the technology with liberal arts. So that the direction is the green innovation, I think. So let me introduce you to the three green innovator. And first of all, Dr. Stefan Shigematsu. He is a American-Japanese psychologist at Stanford University as a teacher, author, and speaker. And he explores researchers researches human development and healing through the mindfulness and heartfulness and cross-cultural connections. So lots of books he published. And so people read those books in all over the world. And the second speaker, so we invite NIELSEN Kitamura Tomoko. She lived on the lowland since 2001, and she called herself cultural translator. She is the founder of Dansk and the director of IDA Design Lab and advisor to the Japan Sustainable Restaurant Association's lecturer in the Kyoto University of Arts and Food Cultural Design course. And she is also a journalist and coordinator and advisor. And please look at the amazing education Denmark to make growing economics as well as happiness. That book will be published to upcoming this January 2026. And the third speaker, we invite Inoue Takekazu. He began as a researching traditional bear hunt, the Matagi communities in forest scenes and planning forest policy at the Forest Agency. After studying economics in US, he worked in the design business and brand management and in an Italian furniture company. And he supported corporate and regional transport formation at the Japan research institutions and collaborates with Musashino Arts University on design and art-driven social change during his background in folklore, ecology, and economic systems, and theory and novel communications. So Convivial City is newly published in this year. So after all panelists' presentations, we invite the panel as a commentator, Dr. Han Geng. Han Geng is so, I would like to invite Han Geng because she is so curious researcher. And so he had got a PhD and film studies at the University of Southampton. And she interested in exploring women's roles in horror Chinese film. And her doctoral research project focuses on the representation and the female ghost in Chinese horror cinema. So let's start. So we wanted to call the first speaker, Professor Dr. Marvin Shigematsu. Please come up to stage.
Thank
you and hello everyone. My name is NIELSEN Kitamura Tomoko. So listening to Professor Shigematsu and Professor Narumi. So they mentioned the new combination. So she talked about Ichigo Daifuku. In Denmark, we have Lego. So Lego is a toy from Denmark. So each time the combination is different. So each combination is different. That is the fun of playing with the Lego. That is actually the source of innovation. That's how I was told at Denmark school. So you don't need to work hard on what you are not good at. And also, Professor Shigematsu mentioned Ichigo Ichie concept. So in Denmark, I have an office which is called Archery. That is a treasure every encounter because I like the phrase Ichigo Ichie. However, there are many companies which have the name of a tree, but I have come up with this name of company. So what I'm going to talk about is like kamishibai, is like the flow of the stories. But once again, thank you very much for inviting me to this session. Listening to other great talks, that's really inspired me. It's a great opportunity for me. Thank you very much. So what I'm going to talk about is this one. So, but I'd like to first begin with a question. I am going to publish a book next month, and I say that all Denmark people are eternal 5 years old, boys and girls. So based on that concept, I'd like to start with a question. So living while staying connected to the community and nature, it's very simple, but it is getting more difficult. But why? So I just want to talk about that. So the already other presenters and Professor Shigematsu mentioned, we human beings exist on this earth as a part of nature. Every one of us, as you all know. So not losing sight of this fact and the feeling is one of the most important things in living our lives. However, for some reason, the wiser humanity becomes, the more we tend to lose the simple fundamental sense. For example, the more highly educated people become, the more likely they are to choose life in a city. Not everyone, but there is such a tendency. So even though they understand the importance of staying connected with nature, they often find it harder to choose a lifestyle that actually allows them to enjoy it. That's how I see. Maybe you can also agree with me, looking at yourself or looking around the people. Of course, there are many different reasons. For example, the academic careers, or if you continue to learn, if you continue to study, usually only large cities provide more opportunities for the schools where you can learn or study. And also after that, after graduating your education institution, then you usually stay in a big city and find a job. There are not so much opportunities for you to find a job going back to rural areas. However, as I said, human beings are part of nature. Once you distance away from the nature, the connection to the place we originally belong is cut, and life becomes more stressful. Maybe you say, I can go without nature. Maybe I can just go back to nature from time to time. That will be enough. However, maybe you don't notice if the humans distance themselves from nature, actually life becomes stressful. And also, unnatural, it says. It's not natural. For example, looking at the cities, for example, you have many people living in big city. You have many information, especially in Tokyo. Once I come to Tokyo from Denmark, there are a lot of noises, sounds, stations and airport. somebody is always talking. It's not the people talking each other, but it's rather like a mechanical voices making announcements all the times. And also I see a lot of lights, flashlights. So also the smells. If that is a good smell, it's fine. However, maybe because of the overpopulation, I smell something different that is not natural and also artificial taste. If you go to convenience stores and most of the food sold at the convenience stores have a lot of artificial things. They are different from natural taste and also sensing, touching, like sense of like natural things like stones, trees. Those are basically lost in such a big city. So there are something like nature-like artificial objects. However, those are not natural. And also air. You can't enjoy fresh air in a big city like Tokyo. So you can't really get out of such environment if you live in a big city. And also, for example, sometimes I stay overnight at my friend's condo and then I go to my workplace. In such a case, you don't need to go outside. For example, you have a direct connection from the basement of the condo to the station, subway station. Then you just take subway train, and then that trains bring you to your workplace. So without going outside, without any stepping outside, you can actually go to workplace and you work there, have some meetings, and then you can come back without going outside at all. Because I live on an island called Lando in Denmark. So next year, it's the 25th years for me to live such an island in Denmark. Therefore, coming to Tokyo gives me a lot of strange senses. Then I actually feel I accumulate stress. Then in order to anticipate such stress, we try to buy something convenient, like easy housing services and things. So you may wonder what I'm talking about, convenient or easy housing. For example, tower condo, so we call it tower mansion, that is basically condo, skyscraper condo. Of course, that is efficient. You can house many, the people who live in that, and then you can make money by selling a lot of units in this skyscraper condominium. However, now the population is declining in Japan, so going forward, we don't need it anymore. Human being, I believe, wants to live on the ground by their instinct, but living in such a skyscraper, things becomes unnatural. And in order to buy such things, you need to earn more. So once you live such a high-grade condo, you want to really upgrade your condo, and something more you buy, then more you want to buy. Then, if you continue, or once you study hard, and then you graduate from prestigious college or university, and then you can find a good job. That's, of course, give you security. with the enough money. However, whether you are spending such money that you earn wisely, that is something we need to reflect. So once again, a convenience store. So if you go to a convenience store, I think there's not one item that is a must for your life, for example. But in many cases, we just drop by the convenience stores and you buy things you don't really need. And then you are saying, I don't lead my life without convenience stores. Maybe that's how you feel. But doing so, if you don't have convenience stores, for example, in the past, you went to like a traditional, like sweet stores, you went to a bookstore, you went to grocery, those are local stores. But relying on convenience stores too much, we are losing those local stores as well. And then you are actually spending unwisely. Therefore, unnecessary things are being produced and consumed. I think that consumption comes from your stress to a certain extent. And usually these activities of those considered advanced people gradually putting stress on the earth. That's how I see it. For example, yesterday there was one presentation in advanced countries. There are a lot of devices, machines and tools, EV, or renewable energies in order to protect the environment. And actually, a lot of stress is concentrated outside advanced countries. So that's how I see it as well. So my question is that can't we break this endless loop? So we need these cities. There are a lot of research ongoing regarding redevelopment of cities. However, what is important is to live in a way that stays connected to nature and local culture without overstaining ourselves as human beings. So can we change the way we live, and also why now we have such large cities? Many people say it's more efficient. If you have a big city where many people live, it's more efficient. Therefore, you have more educational institutions and job opportunities in cities. But is it really efficient in both your education and also for your career? Is it really efficient to concentrate everything in a city? So for example, I myself live in a rural area. From my viewpoint, the city is very vulnerable. For example, it's like newborns in the nurseries at the pediatric ward. All nutrient and water, and also the workforce. Everything is supply from outside. So without the supply from outside, a city cannot survive. So the city is very vulnerable. But if you live in cities, you feel you are unbeatable. However, this is one unbalance, something that I want to discuss with you.
And also, I talked about the high-rise buildings. When you go into the conference, sitting in a suit in a conference, is it okay to open up to the others who are someone important? And I'm also the democracy fitness trainer, and I carry out such lessons in many places. Those who are wearing the suit get together in the conference rooms in the urban high-rise buildings, fitness level is limited. They feel better if the training is given in the countryside surrounded by the nature. Probably the titles together with the suit you are wearing on your shoulders are fetters for you. Now, the Danish people, they tend to have the meetings and having the interviews in the nature while they are walking. And basically, a few people wear the suits. When you visit the government offices, you seldom across with those people wearing the suits. Local government people, the school teachers, people working in the government offices. When I said, can I talk to you? Can we have a chat over this subject? And sometimes I am asked by them to have the conversation. They said, let's have the meetings in so-and-so park, and let's take a walk to somewhere while we are talking. Why to the park? Why in the forestry to have the meetings? I ask. Better, we would be able to focus on the topic and the content and counterparts you want to discuss with. So after those experiences, having the meetings in the conference rooms are something so uncomfortable for me. And in Denmark, there is a very high level of attachment to the nature. One of such examples is this. This is the EFTA's Kore, Forest Hoist Kore, up to the age of 6, people or the children play outside. Since 1952, they introduced such programs. 20% of the Danish kindergartens are introducing such nature with the kindergarten. And Hoist Skole, that's the lifelong school. It was born in 1844. It is the school. And anybody who are adults, age 17.5 years older, can go into this school. It's not that they would be able to get any qualification going into that high school, but 6 months or 1 month can be spent to spend time in post-4K. Another one is EFTA Skole for the middle teens from 0 to 9 years old. And for 1 year after that, as a 10th year students, they are able to spend time to EFTA Skole. They are always surrounded by the nature. Therefore, on the regular basis, as they grow older, the Danish people are able to put themselves in the nature, having a long distance from the societies which are filled with a lot of information, and they are able to communicate with the nature. And my son, accompanying me today, is from the EFTA Skole, and he is going to the Forest Skole, and gap year is on the 4th year for him. And some of the policies implemented by the Danish government, they are trying to avoid the situation whereby there are a lot of people gathered in one center. That's not good, not only for the urban centers, but also for the countryside. We are also dependent on the local cities, and also there are mutual dependence, and we need to have the good balance. And we need to avoid the situation to concentrate in one center. And in 2018, the government has started to transfer all the local offices of the central government, which have the office of 4,000 people. Educational department has also shifted to the locality where I live. And also the learning programs, the schools and educational institutions, if they are centered in the urban cities, there will be stoppage of the transfer of the knowledge. Therefore, after 2021, to the smaller cities, there are a lot of transfers for the faculties of the universities, especially in Denmark. We are promoting the automation engineering. And in Copenhagen, there are only 2 locations. In Copenhagen, we need this kind of educational setup of the automation engineers. And quickly, we need to transfer those mechanisms to the local cities. I don't know whether some of you know this. In Copenhagen, in the center, there is the place called Christiania. That's a free town, which is far from the market economy, purely democratic. They are all based on the dialogues and the consensus. And 900 people live in this Christiania. Those housings, you are not able to purchase them, but can rent them. Their cost is fixed per square meters. But there has to be the qualification that one can do the renovation of the housings. And also, through the dialogues, they can be recognized as one of the inhabitants. By using the talents, they get to do the renovation. And you can also increase the value of the housings by the renovation. You cannot succeed this to your children. If your life is over, if you go to the other places, and then you can just leave them as they are to the next users. Real estate and the lands are not your individual assets, but those are the commons. Values are commonly used. And hourly wage working here, no matter what kind of job you have, is the same. If there are some differences of the gaps amongst those different occupations, those will be returned back to the Christmas concerts or the free food service for the poor local people. Once again, this is only one of the societal experiments, but this is something we are going to find it very futuristic after the society where we live in right now. So in the nature, what are the things we need to create the society where we can live in a truly civilized way in the midst of nature? That is a question. Finally, and maybe it's about time to review what inefficiency means in the real sense of the word. There are a lot of consumptions in the society and on the global and the urban activities are considered to be very inefficient. We thought that we have been enhancing the level of efficiency, but it turns out to be very inefficient. That's something, it's about time that we review this now. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much. For me, 2 years ago, I was introduced to Denmark and I went there. Yes, it is a small city, but when it comes to the level of well-being and happiness, I think it is one of the 3 countries ranked high in the world. When you ask about the economic efficiency, yes, your country is also enhancing the level of efficiency for the global competitiveness. Denmark is ranked 4th, and Japan stays at 35th. In terms of GDP, Danish GDP is doubled. What made it possible is considered to be the education. So after the growth period is over, we kept saying growth, growth. Probably it's about time to go away from the growth, and we need to create another type of the world we have been dreaming of. Thank you very much. Last question is the last presenter is Mr. Inoue, please. Mr. Inoue and I went to Ninome Grade School in Kagoshima. Thank you very much for coming over here.
Japan Research Institute think tank. We are calling ourselves as Do Tank. And it's a great honor to be here. But my English is a bit rusty, so I shall rely on the professional interpreter to ensure I can fully convey my message to you all within the limited time. So, じゃあ、日本語で始めたいと思います。
So I will be speaking in Japanese. Originally, I started out the study in the forestry in the university. I worked in the forestry ministry in the central government. I loved forestry. 70% of Japan's land is covered by the forestry, but the people are living in a very poor villages, and their economic situation is very poor. I love forestry. I love the mountainous areas. Why they are faced with the difficulties? That is something I faced with, but I was not able to get the answers, and I have been thinking about this. And just recently, the young generations, those abundant natures of forestry, they started to move to those mountainous areas to create the new livelihood. Looks like there is a new road opening for Japan. And this is called Sansui-go. San means the mountain and water. That's the hometown of the mountain and water, consisting of the fisheries and the farmers. And this is what I call Sansui-go. And from Sansui-go, we hope we will be able to create the regeneration of the country. And in 2019, 6 years ago, I published a book called Regenerating the Japanese Archipelago. I had started to advocate this. Let's take a look at Sansui-go. This is a picture of Sansui-go. This is the mountain and the paddy fields after the harvesting, and the water surrounded by the mountains and the water, and also rivers. In Fukuoka Prefecture, this is the source of Ogurimachi, the Kumamoto, with the population of 7,000 people, 39 different rivers available with abundant water. There are a lot of water and paddy fields surrounded by the mountain. This is the typical Sansui-go, and the forestry is the basis of creating such situation. Both the conifers and the spreading branches are scattered around, and 70% of the land is covered by the forestry. Indeed, Japan is the country of forestry. So for many years, we have been using such nature. We do have the sea, and also the archipelago is the series of the islands, made up of the series of the islands. Naturally, it is surrounded by the sea. And this is the town of Manazuru, a port town known as Riviera of Japan, and you can encounter scenery like this just an hour and a half by train from Tokyo. This town is also popular among young people these days. Beautiful port town. This is one of the features of Japan. This graph shows the trend in the number of inquiries of Hometown Return Support Center, an organization that provides relocation consultations. The number of relocation inquiries began to increase, as you can see in this graph. At around 2009, after Lehman shock, the trend became more pronounced after the Great East Japan earthquake in 2011. And with 2011, there's an increasing number of the young people, especially moving toward to the smaller town. And until 2013, the number of inquiries was less than 10,000, but in 10 years, it has more than six-fold increase. Of course, not everyone relocates, but it is clear that relocation to rural areas has become a major concern of the past decade. In the past, relocation to rural areas was the post-retirement choice. The typical pattern of relocation was to quit work and live leisurely life in the countryside, perhaps farming, and now it is a young generation in their 20s or 30s who are showing the interest in relocation. Of course, we continue to have the centralization in Tokyo, but still there are a lot of people who want to select the countryside. Now, what are the attractiveness which can be offered? Maybe the connectedness. Whenever we talk about the connectedness, people say the importance of the communities. The communities can create the connectiveness of the living people, and those can be also found in the internet and the SNS, but you cannot find such connectedness with the nature on the internet. And this is surrounded by the nature, and the nature is also closely connected with the occurrence of the disasters. Japanese people have to tame and have a good care of the nature, otherwise it is very difficult to live in the nature. So if you are going to live in Sansuigo area in the countryside, you continue to do the care for the nature. Unless you weed, the weed would attack you. And there, people talk about the scary situation whereby people are attacked by the bears nowadays. But nature has to be well taken care of by the people. If you go barefoot on the paddy field, very silky soil can be felt, no worms. Because there are a lot of people, they continue to pick up the stones and some waste from the paddy fields. They would not give you any damage on your feet. As such, continuity can be well appreciated, connecting yourselves with the nature as well as with the people in the past. Now, the past ancestors' connectedness, because they continue to do the care for your paddy fields, there is the existence of your living in life. You have to have the appreciation, and you are also indebted because you are living today. For your children, you have to continue to do the maintenance for the future children. Connectedness with the past people are also the connectedness with the future people. So this connectedness is very important, and you can find yourself, find itself very comfortable by connecting with the future people and past people. This is something which you cannot find in the urban cities, but in Sansuigo. This relative relationship can be well appreciated in Sansuigo. Now, this is the picture I have drawn. This is the picture, tamed nature. And this is the connectedness with the past and past people, and creating the connectedness with the future people. Based on the tamed nature, there is a tamed nature in future. Based on that tamed nature in the past, this is how I call sustainability. And sustainability is something which should be maintained. And if we can do this, we'll be able to appreciate the well-being. And no, these Japanese natures were tamed, and what is the current situation? There are a lot of problems and issues. This is a supply of the loggings and lumbers. In the forestry and businesses, they continue to decline because of the development of the urban industries, because the productivity is very limited in the forestry industry. People have left the countryside. And in 1960s, they started to do the import of the log, and because of that, those forestry products and timbers, they were imported from overseas, as Dr. Yamagiwa said, because of the pressure by the global market. In such circumstances, the forestry business has started to decline, and also the people who are engaged in the productivity of the forestry business started to go down. And also there is a decline of the demand of the timbers. In the past, we were beaten by the imported goods, but we are now lessening the use of the logs and timbers, thus contributed to the decline of the forestry business, and thus less people working in the forestry businesses. Wherever you go, there are a lot of abandoned forestries wherever you go in the different corners of Japan. So this is a situation you find yourself in such circumstances. What are the young people doing? There are a lot of activities, one of which is this. This is Inadani Valley, Nagano Prefecture. This is the forestry business mind, Yamato. They are creating the wooden-made furniture and other produces. There are a lot of women as well. They are quite active. Those people are very successful by using those woods. They are using the pines. We used to use a lot of pines like this, but not anymore. So we wanted to make the best use of this, and they focused on those kind of woods. The woods, you slice them just like a thin papers, and they use this as wrappers. For example, onigiri or the rice can be wrapped by those sheets of the woods. The pines were used in the past, but not anymore. Those sheet made of wood are placed by the plastics and the other synthetic materials. And some of the Chinese woods are only available. Those techniques and technologies have disappeared from the Japanese society, and they are now making the comeback of those kind of techniques. They are now able to create this, but if you are going to apply these techniques, those are not able to compete with the synthetic materials. Therefore, what they have come up with is this idea. For example, using this wooden sheet as a display, or the stationaries by using the notebook, by using the sheet of the woods, the paper pads, those stationaries can be created anew. With the innovative idea, they are now creating alternatively the different use of the wood sheets. So for those young people, design and editing, and one of the founders used to be the photographer, so he's good at taking the pictures. You've been talking about the importance of the non-verbal communication since yesterday. Try to convert the different values. Non-verbal communication skill is necessary here so that you can introduce the different types of the design and arts. Of course, the internet can be utilized very effectively by those young people by using the internet. Those are some of the products. So what I'm very much attracted is this. Shimane Yunochi Kobayashi Shinya is my friend. 20 hectares of the mountain was purchased by him. And he wanted to create a sustainable forestry in the mountain. And he wanted to create a new comic planet here. And they do have the paddy fields and the mountains and also the arable lands. He used to be the product designer by using the scissors, knives, and he is able to do the designing of this. In the foreign markets, if Mount Fuji knife on the right-hand side above, this is the best-selling products in France. They can sell it good, but designers and the actual craftsmanship is lacking. Craftsmen are now getting scarce in number. So if you are going to create the market overseas, you can sell them, but you need to train those craftsmen. And development and the training of the craftsmen were cultivated by him, and he trained 4 people in the past several years. Now they have the craftsmen. They don't have steel. I mean the materials, the metal. So they try to do the blacksmith job here. The materials is lacking because the steel is not anymore available. So if you're going to do the blacksmith, this creates a lot of fuels. What about the use of the fossil fuels? Is it okay to do that? But by using the charcoal, maybe you will be able to use this as energy for blacksmith by using the steel materials in the mountain. Why Shimane Prefecture, Yunotsuma area, Shimane Prefecture, Prince Mononoke was talking about Maimazaki, Ohio. There is a Takara smelter, and sand steel was created, and that was a big produce over there. He started to purchase this part of the mountain. They do have the fuels, they do have the materials, and even if they don't have the seals and materials, they are able to secure the sand steel here from the mountain. They can create those products as they like on their own because he's the designer. By using the heavy machineries, he created this building himself. Those young people are quite skillful. And there is a lady, a woman here. She graduated from the university in Tokyo. She got a job in IT company, and she has decided to give up on such a job. And now she moved into this place. She is a very quiet person, but she became a craftsman and became very powerful. By looking at they can only feel the potential. Creating and manufacturing can give the power to the young people.
Making something or the capability to make steel seems to increase self-efficacy, give people confidence. That's what I feel when I see this female craft person. My daughter, they failed last year and getting for the next entrance exam for the university this coming winter. And I sent her to Mr. Kobayashi, and she said that she was repairing something, she was creating something. After spending there for 3 months, she said, my problem was that I could not act unless there was a right answer, but since coming here, making or repairing something every day has taught me that if I keep my hands moving and keep trial and error, I can manage anything. This is what she came to realize. So the making something give empower persons. Talking about myself, together with the Kobayashi, we try to do the tatara, the steel making, starting with the iron sand and made a furnace. And we kept on keeping the fire for 10 hours. We felt quite tired. Then we could see that the steel, the rough steel made from the iron steel, the charcoal and the sand iron alone are the material. So anything you can make it only from material from the mountain, and after forging you can make it into tools, and then the tool will allow you to get more material from the mountain. So only with mountains I realized that we can keep on living. This is what I could learn. So what is the meaning of a mountain? And another lesson came from my experience at Biwako. This is a chef of a restaurant named Korean at Takashima City on the Lake Biwa. 7 years ago, the restaurant was destroyed, and before that, he was serving fish from the oceans as well. But after the typhoon and reconstruction, she realized that she should serve only local producers coming from Lake Biwa. She believed that she will provide only local producers to his guests. Once doing this way, he realized that the best season for each food ingredient is quite short. So each good season for each the food item is quite short. He is serving hunazushi, fermented fish, and he has tried to find a way to prolong the good season for any food stuff, and it's done through the fermentation. He said that he realized that because of the altitude, the season moves from the lower altitude to the higher the altitude. So for producers from the mountains, people can enjoy longer best season. Even without a refrigerator, the mountain has provided a longer best season for a different food stuff. So anything in your life, if you use only material from mountain, both for food and the clothing and the residence, and that gives a wonderful opportunity for people to realize something quite important. So creating your daily items manually for your life, we are able to have a deep relationship with nature and the meaning of nature, and why the nature exists is vividly felt by us. And then creating something gives the empowering capability. Through making, you can increase your self-efficacy, and you start to feel that I or anyone can find a way forward with a kind of strong confidence in oneself. And if you create tools, it will also increase the potential that you can get from the nature. And by having a deep relationship with the nature, and there will be no overuse because you are creating anything from nature. There is no dominance. And the nature forest becomes the indispensable or the partner. It is exactly like the convivial relationship according to Ivan Illich. This is what we can establish with the nature. Above all, making is fun. We showed you my daughter when she was in the elementary school, and she started to feel quite stressful. So we started to visit the forest in Nagano Prefecture. They made the tree houses, rows, and the small houses. And I cut a tree after a long the years of interval after working for the government agency. And through the making something by your hands, you feel closer to the nature, and it's really fun. And the people get closer among themselves. Back then, I had a lot of difficulty about my own job, but in the forest, making things, I felt that I feel more invigorated again. Making is same as having fun. Making, having fun, and it's done in nature, then you can have the convivial relationship with nature. I believe that's quite important. I worked for the forest agency and I did take care of the forest, but I tended to focus on the timber prices. But I forgot about how precious a mountain on the forest can be for a place for a joy. When I see the active players, they said that in the childhood they had a wonderful time in nature, having fun in nature, and that childhood experience is a basis for them to develop further good relationship with nature. So the summary, convivial relationship between humans and nature. It is neither domination nor dependence, but an equal and vibrant relationship. That is a convivial relationship, and this convivial relationship will enhance each other, both nature and humans. And the green knowledge, I understand, is a big theme, and the knowledge, technology, and the culture that enhance convivial relationship between humans and nature should be called green knowledge. Green knowledge, but what is it specifically? Coming back to Lake Biwa, this is the largest freshwater body in Japan, and there are fishermen who are the experts on the freshwater, the fishery, and that there are no aquaculture, and they set net. Fishermen set nets. I see nothing here, but the fisherman knows the kind of rules for fish, although it's under the water, they can see them. So they have a high resolution in their knowledge about nature. And this is from Oguri Kumamoto. This is a tool called Imokuruma. And there are similar things in Kyoto. It's a kind of water wheel. And in the water, it turns, and the taro or the potato are cleaned by scrubbing each other. And this is an old tool used in the water abundant area. And they were using it for the ginkgo, the seed and the very bad smell, the items like leaves and others will be taken up. And I thought that this is a very fantastic tool, and I realized that this tool is widely used in Japan. Well, why is widely used in Japan? But because of the changes of lifestyle and livelihood, these kind of tools are not used anymore. But when my daughter saw it, she was very much surprised. She thought about redesigning it into something suitable for daily lives of today that would be quite exciting to young people. And in Sakiko, the young people can find these kind of the exciting things, and this is what you can get from the Sakiko. Even with the green knowledge, but because of changes of lifestyle, the green knowledge is no longer used. But mountains and nature itself is rapidly changing. This is shiitake mushroom, and the kunugi tree is used for the cultivating field for this mushroom. In order to get the timber, the kunugi forest has been well maintained. An old person I met in the mountain said, for children, the forest of kunugi was the best playing ground. When some timbers are cut, you can see that there are many branches, and the branches are left over in the mountain. And you can see that the area is cleared. And this was the best place for children to build their own secret bases. But because of competition against China, the kunugi forests are no longer maintained, and it's replaced by the cedars. And that means that the children lost their playing ground. Economic theory have transformed the forest. And this was the experience of the wonderful playing field for children. This is the sugi, cedar forest. Also, it's beautiful, but under the canopy is completely dark, and the branches are not coming down. And even if you cut some trees, there would be no good playing field for children. Timber plantation. This is a timber plantation. But with timber transportation, we have transformed the forest in Japan, and children were deprived of their playing field in the field. Although parents today say that our children are always playing with the smartphone and the game, but this is partly because the adults have destroyed the natural playing field. In order to regain a relationship with the nature, we should start with play and having fun, but we have to do more so that we can retransform nature. This is Uehiro from a village from the Aso area in Kumamoto. Children enjoy chasing rabbits. And if you remember an old song, my old village with mountain where I chased rabbits. The rabbits live in the field, and this is a kind of the field on the mountain, and it's now changed into the conifer forest, and there are no longer fields where children can chase rabbits. So we have seen the changes of forest, and we have to regain diversity inside the forest. Otherwise, we cannot reconstruct relationship between humans and nature. I said that the play, joy, is quite important. Play means that you devote yourself into play, you feel that you lose your own boundary and feel connected with nature. And we went to this river in Nagano to catch fish, Iwana. And the water is very cold, but we know that the fish are hidden in the cave, small cave. And without any tools, we try to catch fish. And it's very interesting and funny. And you feel very cold. You feel that your hands feel numb, but you cannot stop it because it's so wonderful. It's so enjoyable. You feel you become part of nature. It's quite difficult to explain that you feel that you are part of nature. You feel that you get dissolved into nature. And then we started to realize that nature is quite important. You have a kind of physical feeling. That kind of feeling is quite important. This is Aidashi in Kagoshima. 10 years ago, the school was closed. And this school has been revived as a different kind of school where the participants are invited to enjoy themselves in nature. And we have to transform the nature, meaning that first need to be changed where it's easier for children to play. We have to engage parents, and we need the environmental restoration. And through the restoration places, we can nurture the green knowledge. And I think this can be a good model for Japanese elementary school. And Dr. Yamagiwa is helping us in preparing the miso. And we also kill and cook birds. We don't have sufficient fund, and please go to the QR code if you're interested. Please give us some donations to help us financially. So, since yesterday, we have been talking about how we can reconstruct our relationship with nature. We have been talking about the importance of education. And the theories or the discussion on the desk, talking about the importance of nature, may convey the meaning, but it's quite difficult to feel it that way. Japanese people have lived in nature, and through the physical feeling, we could feel that we are actually connected to nature. And the younger generation of Japan feel it again, although the concentration in Tokyo continues, but some the ambitious young people are coming back to nature because they realize that it's quite important to have the direct relationship with nature. They are developing new way to maintain good relationship with nature with good knowledge about the nonverbal and the design capability together with IT technology. So they are starting to build a new and a wonderful relationship with nature, and that's why I try to help them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for very insightful the presentation. Living is making, living is creating something, I agree. With your hands, we can think by our hands. Through doing something manually, we can regain our relationship with nature. I think the last picture showed children touching fish directly, and the children looked very happy, facing upward, just like water when Helen Keller recognized that she was touching water. This is non-recognized. He talked about the conviviality of Irichi, and it's a kind of bricolage, making something by hands, and he tried to regain the autonomy in our own lives. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I'll be talking in Japanese, but please allow us to move on to the panel discussion. Hangen-san and all speakers, please come to the front.
I would like to invite up Dr. Hangen. Please come up to the stage. Not stage. You want to? Yes. Okay. Right. Okay. Just use. Okay.
So my name is Han, and it's such an honor to be here today to lead this discussion. And I'm here for AHRC fellowship, and to work on my own project, which is to develop a immersive exhibit that explore horror and our relation to the technology and as well as the cultural identity. So I guess probably that's why I'll be invited to lead the discussion for this panel. And I hope you enjoy this panel as I do, because they are such great topic on the how we reimagine the relationship between humans and our natural world, and also to encourage the paradigm in which humans, non-human, and nature are viewed as interconnected and mutually supported. So I always believe that beyond the traditional theoretical contribution shared among our peers, it is also important to translate complex ideas and research into clear and engaging material for people outside academia, so we can share knowledge more broadly and help transform research outcomes into practices that benefit our everyday life. So our panelists, clearly they brought a very refreshing and diverse interdisciplinary perspective on this topic. So this brings us to a very fundamental question that I would like each of our panelists to reflect on, is what does it mean to build a truly resonant future? What practices, whether cultural, social, or technological, do you see as essential for building a future where humans and nature coexist in a truly balanced way? So for Dr. Stephen Murphy-Sikamatsu, and you mentioned the idea we should be grateful to the present and what we have. And based on your background, which is on psychology, this brings me an idea. If you ever seen a series called Beef, there's a quite interesting sentence in there. Is called Western psychology, Western therapy cannot solve Asian problems. So it's just a fun fact to mention about. So you emphasize the role of how to connect with ourselves inside, to reconnecting us with the nature. So how do you see this as both a personal practice and a collective tool? Can we cultivate this on a societal scale, or is it more about individual transformation? That's my question.
Oh, okay, thank you. So I started my career as in studying traditional Chinese medicine, because I thought, like you just said, that perhaps the Western forms of therapy would not be suitable for East Asian people. So I had that feeling from the beginning, and I think that has influenced my work a lot. And I worked individually for 20 years, one-to-one, and I feel like that approach is much less intense than if you can get a group of people together, and then you create the word synergy, right? You create a different kind of energy and a shared knowledge, and it's different from one person who supposedly knows more than other people telling them. And instead, you can generate a whole sense of collective healing and learning. And so that's the form I've been following now for the past 20 years of believing that we, for generations and generations, people around the world have healed by being in community, and that we heal each other but through that giving and taking. And that's what's so absent from AI forms of mental health now, is that there's no giving and taking. It's always they know better than you and they can help you. But I think it's an important part of human relations that you also are able to give something. So my grandmother, who I was talking about, I shocked her one day and I said, "Oba-chan wagamama desu ne." And because everybody said, "Oh, your grandmother is the most wonderful person, always giving, always giving." And she said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, you never let me give something to you." She said, "Okay, what do you want to do?" And I said, "I'll make you an apple pie." So she let me make her an apple pie. But I feel like that is an important part of that we help each other and that there's a mutual giving. And that's something that's, very complicated in the Western form of therapy, in which one person gives to the other. And there's always kinds of shame and embarrassment involved in that. And so I believe that it's a collective, it's both individual, but also collective if we can heal together in community.
Thank you. That's excellent answer. So for Dr. Nielsen,
では、ニールセン先生。
that our life in a society that is always driven by the consumerism in a big city. And you also mentioned the policies that Denmark government has that regarding living in a life that is part of nature and a community. So I was wondering, what are the cultural barriers that prevent people from realizing this simplicity in everyday life? Are there specific shifts in mindset that we need to address to bridge this gap?
So let me speak in Japanese. So in Denmark, those who are born in the city and raised in the city, they don't have much familiarity with nature. So this challenge exists in Denmark as well. But what is important, as Inoue-san mentioned, so whether you have any experience playing in the nature when you are a child, so this is very important. Without such an experience in your childhood, you don't have sense of belonging to nature. You must have a feeling that you are part of nature. So without such experience, you can't develop sense of belonging to nature. So being a child, so child can live their life as a child, playing in nature. So in Denmark, we know it. Therefore, even in kindergarten, there are a lot of time that they spend in nature. So they intentionally have some program to spend in nature. And also in elementary school and junior high school and high schools, they have a lot of programs to spend time in nature. And also still children in Denmark and also young generation spend more time in nature. They play in nature. WAKITA. So those are the Danish programs. So if you want to go back to nature, there are always option. Even you are an adult, it might be difficult to move to a rural area. But however, you can spend like half a year or 1 year staying in a dormitory in nature, distancing yourself from the city life, connecting to nature. So with this, you are able to restore your sense of belonging to nature. So we have a law that is called Forte Hoiskoe. So we have such a government policy to provide an opportunity even for adults can spend time in nature. And also if the gradations becomes diluted between the cities and nature, so I think that is very important to kind of like dilute boundaries between cities and nature. I think in the city planning in Denmark, there's such a movement as well, a trend as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, education is really important when coming to this topic. Just like our last panelist mentioned about green knowledge, and also through the hand working to create a sustainable human-nature interaction where nature is seen as a partner in mutual flourishing rather than a mere resources. So my question for Inoue Takukatsu is, how do you see this idea fitting into industrialized modern society? You know, many modern systems that prioritize the competition over the collaboration. So how can we shift this idea from being competitive mindset towards one of collaboration, apart from the education you have mentioned already? So what kind of societal or structural change would this require?
It's a tough question.
Yeah.
そうですね。今、僕、東大出てます。
I graduated from University of Tokyo. University of Tokyo assumed that there are correct answers, and aiming at the correct answer efficiently, the students need to get answers efficiently. That's the way to get into the University of Tokyo. But that will be replaced by AI. So the issue is how we can nurture the people who would not be overwhelmed by AI. So we should compete against the AI, not among humans. And my daughter, without any right answer, going through the trial and answer, she started to realize that she can manage the situation with more confidence in herself. This Bezos of Amazon, he said that every year his grandfather, he went to his ranch in North Carolina, and the 360 degrees around, and there's nothing. When the tractor went down, he had to repair it with his grandpa, and when there was a birth of cattle, he had to manage it with grandpa, and he had to manage anything. That has been his source of originality. It may be same to compete against AI effectively. In nature, it's quite important that we go through the trial and error using our own hands. That kind of experience is quite important. I believe in the society, we need to develop the people, and building a school with that principle might take time, but it may be easier for businesses to start offering information, the education. Mr. Kobayashi Yunotsu, he has been contacted by a prestigious brand company, sending their people over there to Shimane at Mr. Kobayashi. So to develop human resources who will not be overwhelmed by AI, then that would require the rebuilding of the relationship with nature. That's where I place my hope.
Thank you. Thank you. Those are really inspiring answers to my questions. So I would like to ask if there's any question from the audience. Yeah.
Sorry, not question, just comment.
Yes.
Is it possible to, in Japanese, put?
Yeah, it's okay.
ちょうど3人のお話を聞いて、
As I listen to three panelists, I think that it is connected an answer to a very fundamental question. Also, I'm going to give my presentation, and perhaps I could not talk about it in my preparation, but I could find a kind of answer to my fundamental question. Let me summarize. The Professor Shigematsu, he talked about what is really important for us. Then after the discussion, then there was a presentation about the Denmark, and Kitamura-san made me remind of the feedback sheet I received from university students. The most memorable feedback was from a student in Denmark. And the question, why are you interested in the environment issue? And he or she said, it's because I want to protect my forest in my hometown. I thought that this is quite simple, quite natural, but quite reasonable. And I tended to forget it. Also in Japan, 7% of the land is covered with forest, but we Japanese people tend to forget the importance of those natural or the conditions. Education, the kindergarten in the forest, and the day-to-day experience to live in the nature seems to give an answer to the very fundamental question. Now, as I listen to Inoue-san, Inadani Kodomomura, my parents sent me to elementary school for a summer camp to enjoy experience in forest. And I just remembered, I realized that because I spent some time in the forest, I think I started to get more interest in these kind of activities. And it's wonderful that the people still maintain the kind of experience places. I think you gave me a wonderful motivation for me to offer my presentation in the next session.
Thank you all for very different but very interesting approaches. I want to call your attention to something. This is really a comment more than a question, because for a long time I've been very interested in education of children as well as adults. Hopefully we learn too. But in particular, my wife's background, actually from Stanford, is in psychological studies of early childhood development. And she runs at the moment a large center near Washington with 100 children, 40 teachers, and 80 families. But the basis of the work that she does, and when she directed the Children's Center at the World Bank, similar approach, is what's called the Reggio Emilia program, based in Tuscany in Italy. And the point is, the reason I bring this up is that if we think about young children having the capacity almost everywhere to be curious about where they are, and if in their middle of a big urban environment, they still will pick up a leaf, pick up a bug, pick up, go to a puddle of water and stamp in it, often to the dismay of their parents. But in fact, turning that around, and rather than teaching the child about whatever, the basis of the Reggio Emilia approach is child-centered learning. So the role of the teacher becomes to listen to the child and observe them and give them feedback to allow them to begin to develop things. The outcome is just stunning because, for example, the kids work for I'm talking about from 3 years old on, they do projects together, and they end up over a period of a couple of months or more, not every day, but I mean over some time, creating a book about something. So one example is they did a book about cats. And they did stories about cats that they spoke to the teacher. They made up poems. They made drawings. They took photographs. Another one that I really love is one about lines. Long lines, little squiggly lines. By looking around them, what's there? Another one was on wings. Bugs have wings. Birds have wings, airplanes have wings. So what is it about wings that's interesting? The point in my saying that is that I think that I mean, I love being in nature, and I've spent a great deal of time since childhood, fortunate enough to spend part of my time in wilderness, deep wilderness, and in Colorado and all kinds of places. But at the same time, I think it's important to recognize that when that is not available, it doesn't mean that there isn't nature there, and that children will pick that up if that's allowed, if that's encouraged. So I just think that's a wonderful, how should I say, hopeful piece for us, where so many of us live in the middle of a big city with lots of stuff going on. Kids see pieces that we miss. Thanks.
I mentioned that I just did a exercise with 55 high school students at an inner city school in Tokyo. And I said, is there any nature around there? And they said, oh, no, nothing. Well, we have one tree. I said, that's all we need. One tree with, thousands of leaves. And so we took the children to that one tree. They each found a leaf, and then they studied the leaf. And they were so moved by that experience. Yeah. And I didn't come to this. I came to this as a psychotherapist, thinking we focus on the individual, and then it expanded. And I've been so amazed by the reaction of like Tokyo kids to a leaf and connecting to a leaf. And it just, like you were saying, they have been denied this by misguided parents who think that success of getting into an elite school is somehow more important than a kind of happiness and joy that comes from connecting to nature.
You mentioned Reggio Emilia approach, right? Reggio Emilia. The point is that Reggio Emilia is created by the civic people, right? And that was funded by Max Mara, fashion brand. So that's really private and the ordinary approach. That's the point I feel hope, right?
So I want to add a comment that for if you ask Danish people what's the most important thing in your life, then usually people answer we need curiosity, to keep having curiosity and the sense of wonder. So if you have those two in hands for all the way, then you can find a tree in a big city is as a nature. And that also mostly Danish people do say that the things we adults should do is not disturbing those things, to remove those things from kids and young people. We just protect, or we just look after them, that they can keep those two things for all the way for their life.
I love the comment about the curiosity. The name of my company in Silicon Valley was the New Curiosity Shop, which both about the curiosity, but also about the Charles Dickens Old Curiosity Shop.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the three presenters today. It was really a very interesting and inspiring session altogether, very complementary to each other. I've got a question that I will leave towards the end, but I have a comment. First of all, regarding connection, that was addressed by Professor Shigematsu. There is a dimension of connection in the Islamic culture where the followers of this teaching are invited to what we call, there is a concept of connecting the womb. Connecting the womb, which means you need to always keep connection with your family. And the womb is not your immediate family only. It's the different wombs and different levels of connection, including the dead ones, including the ones that passed away, through visiting their tombs. And it is said it's not just a social duty, but it is mentioned that if you connect the womb, you will get the power or the revitalization, as if you've never been disconnected from your mother's womb. So you keep being nurtured by this womb. And when you were talking about the concept of connection, it really resonated so much with me. Also compassion, when we spoke about the compassion and exchanging what I give you and what you give me. Also, I tend to think about it as also not very materialistic thing, which I experience myself as a mother. When I love my children and I serve them and I take care of them, I'm happy. I feel better already. They don't need to do anything for me. And the same thing with my students, by the way. Whenever I enter my class and I start teaching, all the problems and the concerns that I might have that day are gone, and I get out of my class completely regenerated. So it's not there is a dimension that is not materialistic to the exchange when we give. The third comment is about how we teach our children. Some schools and some teaching methods all over the world tend to eliminate this curiosity, really break the uniqueness of children and make them feel that they are not enough. They are not good because they don't do things like the book, or they don't do things like the studies that this child of this age should be able to do. And this happened with my daughter, my first child, and I've been called to by the school saying that your daughter has a problem, madam.
Me too.
She was 3 years old. She cannot draw the man. And what is drawing the man? In this school or this schooling system, children of that age should be able to draw a man that is the stick with the round and the tooth. Her man doesn't look like the man that should be drawn. And having a husband who is really a fantastic man, fantastic father and husband as well, he took her and he allowed her to draw and encouraged her, give her colors and papers and told her, draw whatever you want. So she started drawing lines and curves and camels, because she was reading books about camels and animals, and he nurtured her. He was really right behind her to encourage her to do these colors and so on. And she ended up with her first personal exhibition at painting exhibition or child expression exhibition at the age of 4.5. And now she is in the master level in biomedical science. So whatever is this image of the child that should know stuff at a certain age, for me, they are completely questionable. I come to my question and I finish there. I think we all agree that we need to reconnect with nature and more with nature. I teach in a country where nature is not that possible to deal with during certain seasons. And because of that, the habit of people tend to flee outside of the nature and being all the time confined within it. Pretty much like Denmark, but so I want to hear from you what are the solutions or the methods or the tools to encourage people in extreme countries, extreme climates, to trust again nature and go back to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's an excellent panel. I know we all got everything we want to share, so we have very limited time for the last quick question. Yes.
It won't be a question, just a quick remark about perhaps we face some ignorance too, and we have to be aware of that, because so many people are going in nature and then don't know what is a forest. And of course, there is different type of forest, and we shouldn't forget that. And when we say the word nature, we think untamed nature, but you were talking about tamed nature, domesticated nature. Even if it's a forest, it was cultivated forest. So we have to be careful with some words. Could be tricky, and some of the example I got 2 weeks ago in a forest. I was talking with foresters. They told me they were just meeting people complaining because they were cutting trees, and it was a cultivated forest. So we face such paradox, and that's one of the problem we face, and we should be very careful in the way we use words, and we make qualification what it is. And in some places, of course, we need, I would say, looking for primary forest, and people are buying space in order to recover some primary forest in Europe, even in France. So we are talking of very different things. I just wanted to give this comment. Thank you.
Thank you for everyone coming to our panel. And is there anything else?
Yeah, right. Thank you so much. So, yes, the beautiful words we got. I know that the word under the green knowledge, so we could find green technology or green hand, green mind. Yes, several green concrete word we can feel that from that sessions. So thank you very much. It's questions from floor, also so fruitful. So thank you very much all. And once again, we would like to thank all the presentators and the distinguished guests and the commentators. So please give another round of applause. Thank you so much. So we will close the session 4.
Thank you.
Okay, so welcome back to the session. So yeah, thanks to you, this will be the last session for long 2 days, but so this must be a kind of reflection session. Relax, but think about your reflection as well. So at the last session, I want to invite the private company, but maybe some of you think, why McDonald's? So maybe the last session, especially Kondo-san's session, we're focusing on the concept of area capability. And there, Yamagiwa Sensei talk about the global maybe impact or the global market. So McDonald's is one of the very typical example of global market. But now McDonald's is also promoting the green, the transformation. For example, you like the filet of fish. So that fish have a MSC certification, and it's very, and not only that one, but also they widen their scopes and also big power. So yeah, I hope to collaborate with that kind of company as well.
And also, why Maki-san? So Maki-san is not only the company person, but also she is educating at the university. So she's one very, very good role model of a kind of green talent for showing younger generation about the career path, green career path. So I hope to know more about Maki-san here. Okay, so floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. So thank you for inviting me to participate in program RIHN 20th International Symposium. So knowledge and training for green transformation. So I'd like to speak about the topic of cultivating green talent from the perspectives of both companies and the university, Asari-sensei mentioned. So the main points I will discuss today are here, but please refer to the program shared in advance. So first, please watch this video here. Okay, so thank you. So my name is Yoko Maki, and I'm in charge of the director on sustainability, ESG, and social impact at McDonald's Japan. So I also teach at the university course in English for international students at my alma mater, Hitotsubashi University, as an adjunct professor, part-time professor. So I graduated from Hitotsubashi University's Faculty of Commerce in 2001. And I am currently at my 6th company. So the turning point that made me want to engage with sustainability and corporate social responsibility came when I entered university. So upon entering university, so Professor Seijiro Yonekura, who remains highly active today, stated at the very beginning of the lecture, from now on, social contribution and volunteer work will be a given for business professionals. So this truly struck me as profoundly shocking. Why? Amidst my vague assumption that business administration classes would just be about money. So he emphasized that future business professionals would engage in corporate social contribution, corporate social responsibility. So this became a major turning point in my life. So during my studies, I also spent a year studying abroad in France at HEC Paris as an exchange student. And as you can see in this photo, so it was a place where people of diverse faces, races, diverse lifestyles, and diverse backgrounds gathered together. So living there as a minority myself was another major turning point. So after graduating, I joined Nomura Research Institute, so Nomura Sogo Kenkyujo. So interesting, around 25 years ago, so in 2002, what later became known as the first year of CSR began in Japan. So CSR committee were being established. CSR reports were starting to appear. And CSR offices directly under the president, CEO, were being created. So I was eager to be part of developing CSR strategy and creating such consulting programs. So I joined the team. So during that time, so we researched advanced European case studies and developed frameworks for planning, setting KPIs, key performance indicators, for performance evaluation, and assessing progress. So establishing this system was a major milestone in my life and my journey into CSR. So after that, I studied abroad at the University of Paris to earn my MBA. So there I also took graduate level classes outside of the MBA program, so such as classes on sustainable development, développement durable, so which now I realize was a very valuable experience. So after returning to Japan, I worked in consulting at IGPI, Kei Kyoso Kiban, and Eddie Carney, American consulting firm, and then joined Pernod Ricard, my first product company. So this is a French wine and spirits company. And I launched a corporate social responsibility project from scratch as a CSR leader. So which was a major turning point for me. After moving to MHD Moët Hennessy Diageo, I then established public affairs, corporate communications, and sustainability CSR. So reporting directly to the CEO. So I started by exploring what we could do. I formed a project team to develop approaches for social contribution through collaboration with NPOs, nonprofit organizations. not just internally. So we collaborated with 2 out of about 20 to 30 NPOs we engaged. I also set environmental KPIs, key performance indicators, while MHD Moheneshi Diageo didn't its own stores or own factories. We focused on reducing CO2 in offices and logistics and waste reductions. So establishing the sustainability committee was also a major sustainability experience. Then I joined McDonald's about 3 years ago. So I focus on sustainability, ESG, social impact. So as mentioned earlier, I have been giving lectures on sustainability at the university once a week for the past 4 years. So as you can see from what I've shared so far, so I have engaged in sustainability and CSR from 2 distinct perspectives: company and university. So now from the company's perspective, I'd like to introduce some example of how McDonald's is currently developing green talent. As McDonald's, we are advancing sustainability initiatives across 4 key areas: food, planet, community, and people. So the video shown at the beginning is a corporate video highlighting McDonald's planet initiatives, our environmental sustainability efforts. From the perspective of cultivating green talent, I believe several community activities, particularly relevant, so I will introduce those today. So first, activities primarily for elementary school students. So for 5th graders, McDonald's staff from nearby stores visit local elementary school to conduct SDGs lectures. So this involves creating instructional videos and designing the program so any crew members can teach. Crew members means part-time staff. So previously, we created teaching materials for food education that we distributed free of charge to teachers. So we leveraged that expertise to prepare teaching materials, simplifying the process so anyone can conduct the lessons using videos and handouts. Additionally, so we collect coffee grounds from McDonald's restaurants and turn them into compost. The Smile Bloom project, launched in 2021, so recycles coffee grounds from our stores into compost and donate it to elementary and junior high schools. So in 2025, we expanded the project to Kakogawa City and Taishicho in Hyogo Prefecture, in addition to Himeji City. So the compost is used for the beautification activities like growing flowers and plants, as well as for classroom activities and other school programs. So these initiatives, launched in 2024, this is a collaboration with Kodansha media company, digital media platform with Class Mama. So we invite mother influencer to experience McDonald's sustainability activities with their children and regularly share their experiences on Instagram and within the With Class Mama media. So the background for starting this program was desire not just to communicate our own messages, but to have mothers who resonate with our activities children and families experience them firsthand. So we wanted them to genuinely connect with our efforts and then spread the word through their own voices as mothers. So this year, the second year, so we began by brainstorming with the mom influencers at the start of the year to discuss what themes mothers were seeking. So we held discussions, created an annual schedule, and communicated closely. So thanks to this effort, so we were selected as a finalist, 10 out of 1,000 entries for this year's Kodansha Media Award. Then next, the main activities for junior and high school students. So these workshops organized by OLI, a student group run by university students for high school scholars. So was held as part of the high school SDGs conference. So it focused on McDonald's sustainability initiatives. Participants discussed several topics, including ways to support Ronald McDonald House and environmentally conscious packaging, and then presented their findings. This is a sustainability presentation I gave at the Youth Summit held at Keihana Plaza this summer. So after being invited by Professor Asari, so high school students from overseas as well as Japan participated, and the activities were very dynamic. So additionally, McDonald's regularly holds sustainability lectures at its offices for junior high school students visiting Tokyo on school trips, 修学旅行. So next is McDonald's activities targeting university students. This is a tray mat contest, a collaborative project involving local government, universities, citizens, and businesses. So a partnership between industry, government, academia, and the community. Unfortunately, the activities concluded last year. So this collaboration between Kyoto City and Kyoto City University of Arts challenged students to be in communication for tray mats. So the winning design was actually used as a paper liner on trays at McDonald's restaurants for a set period. The selection process was widely publicized through this public-private academic civil partnership. So this is an award ceremony for the Tray Mat Design Contest 2024, also conducted in collaboration with Kanto Gakuin University and Yokohama City as part of an industry, government, academia, community partnerships. With a theme of biodiversity, the winning design was also actually used in stores within Yokohama City for a certain period. So this is a tray mat image. Maybe you know it. So this summer, McDonald's also participated for the first time in an internship program jointly conducted with the Japan Association of Corporate Executives, a business leaders organization founded in 1946, Keizai Doyukai. So accepting 6 students. So they spent 2 weeks gaining experience in stores and offices, and ultimately presented proposals addressing people-related challenges. So as described, we regularly and continuously implement initiatives where each student uses McDonald's, so that is a family company, as a subject to engage with environmental and social issues. So why have I been working for a company while also engaging in social and environmental causes? It's because I want to use the power of business to improve society and the environment. I constantly think about how to invest the money companies can to make society and the environment better. Sorry. And why am I at McDonald's right now? So it's because I believe McDonald's has such significant influence that if it changes, the world could change. So before joining the company 3 years ago, I had quite negative views about the negative impact McDonald's as a company has, specifically its environmental burden and health hazard. Yet, it's also an incredibly open place, known by nearly 100% of people, visited by everyone from children to the elderly. So in terms of fostering community and truly bringing smiles to families and children, so it has positive influence too. So I've spent these past 3 years working here, determined to transform the attention this place receives into a driving force for our activities. After all, McDonald's has over 41,000 restaurants in more than 100 countries and regions around the world. In Japan alone, with 3,000 restaurants nationwide, 1.5 billion customers annually, and 210,000 part-time employees called crew members, its influence is immeasurable. So my motivation for joining McDonald's is my hope that McDonald's will change and that the world will change. So meanwhile, since 2022, I have been teaching a sustainability course as a part-time lecturer at my alma mater, Hitotsubashi University. So Professor Asari also mentioned that in Japan, it's not that common for someone working at a company to also be a university lecturer. Is it a bit more common overseas, I think? So I had previously expressed my desire to teach to university professors, and after 2 years, a teaching position opened up and was hired. So I have taught a total of 131 students over 6 semesters, not so much, but with their nationalities estimated to span 29 countries. This time I counted them again, recalling their faces after so long. United Kingdom, France, Spain, Portugal, Germany, Switzerland, Italy, Belgium, Austria, Denmark, I mentioned earlier, Slovakia, Turkey, Uzbekistan, United States, Benin, Canada, China, South Korea, Japan, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam, Philippines, Australia, Peru, and Martinique. What strikes me when interacting with them is that while not every single one, they will seem to have their own value systems. The awareness of environmental and social issues among European students and its manifestation in purchasing behavior is particularly high. On the other hand, students from Asia, including Japan, who are taking this course, show a high level of interest. While this interest level differs from the general national character, I still feel that a great many students sense the lag in environmental awareness within their own countries. Why doesn't sustainability awareness grow in Japan? I believe there are two reasons. One is education challenges, and the other is the long-standing corporate attitude towards consumers. So in Japan, the new curriculum guidelines were introduced starting in the 2020 academic year of elementary schools, 2021 for junior high schools, and 2022 for high schools. So these guidelines explicitly state the goal of cultivating creator of a sustainable society. While this development itself is welcome, I believe the inherent flaw of an education system that only accepts what is given still persists. So this stems from a long-standing lack of teaching the fundamental philosophy and logic behind why we must consider social and environmental issues in Japan's education systems. So in Europe, I understand, philosophy classes are typically introduced between the age of 13 and 18 and are positioned as an important subject in secondary education. So this provides significant exposure to education that encourage deep thinking about the origins of things, that the background behind facts. So companies, children, and students of the same age, comparing children and students of the same age, I believe there is a significant difference in the maturity of thinking between Europe and Japan. So corporate attitude follow a similar pattern. So the long-held myth in Japan that the customer is God, お客様は神様, has created consumers who don't think. So in other words, consumers demand cheaper products or excessive high-quality service that doesn't match the price from companies and stores without thinking. So they lose the process of judging and purchasing based on what value they personally prioritize. So they won't buy unless the product possesses that specific values. So that's precisely why I want to create opportunities for fostering values and encouraging thought, so which were insufficient in my childhood education, and nurture such green talent. So I want to cultivate people who can choose for themselves. So it's an education that cultivates the ability to discover one's own value system and make judgment. So there is no single value system. 価値軸. So choose your path, create it for yourself. In truth, this is also a battle against capitalism. So I've always felt that while working for a company, even if McDonald's, LVMH Group, so I'm saying contradictory things. And to establish this personal value system. So it goes without saying that becoming self-reliant, along with the necessary study and information gathering, is crucial. So information grows stale by the minute, day by day. It's about how much you can catch up on it yourself and make it your own. So do not pander to others. In other words, do not pander to the masses. おもねらない in Japanese. So I want to be someone who doesn't pander to the majority, but can be considered considerate of minorities. So I want you to become that kind of person. What can we do? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Maki-san. Yeah, so if you have any question or comments, please don't hesitate. Yeah, please.
Thank you for an interesting presentation and some surprising aspects. I have first a simple question, and then based on that, a more complicated one. First one is this also a characteristic, I mean, the approach you're taking of McDonald's globally or only in Japan?
Okay. So that is both true. So for example, so education, the environmental initiatives, that is mainly, that is common in global. For example, GHG reduction or something like that, and also educated to that. But much more precise, like community activities, that is very local one. So by McDonald's Japan.
So thank you, that helped. Then the second part is that in the Japanese context, and you gave different levels of school up to, from elementary to university, what you're doing, I think, is very commendable, and it is important to try to get these ideas across. But I wonder to what degree you're also fighting the rather, what should I call it, top-down learning system and sort of a more rigid learning process in the Japanese school system. So you really have multiple barriers in the way, and I wonder how you feel about that.
Okay, thank you so much. That's great point. I understand. So always, maybe that is much more easy to, for example, that is elementary school students go to a forest or to support it. For when I was working at MHD Mohenesi Diageo, always often go to a forest, but only employees frequently to forest and to learn about living soils or something like that. Maybe it's better to, and also that is not only employees, but also employees' families together to go to forest to learn about the soils and then the biodiversity. That's very good point. But now, honestly speaking, McDonald's, just only to focus on that is elementary schools systems or junior high school student systems, like lectures or school trip, for example. So that is the next challenge. I'd like to do that. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah.
Maki-san.
Hi.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I was really enjoying it, and I was very surprised at the end when you suddenly said resistance to capitalism. Could you say a little bit more about that?
Okay. Okay. Yes. So at the beginning of this presentation, I said that Yonekura Seijiro Sensei said that is so voluntary or that is social contribution that is important. But always companies' philosophy is always based on money, always based on money, and also that is a short-term targets. That is really important. Every day, fighting with my executives and also the colleagues, always the money is much more important than social contribution, or even if sustainability initiative like the CO2 reduction, etc. But CO2 reduction, that is mandatory, I understand, but always that is cost. No, it's investment. I say that, but always that is cost. So that is reducing cost. That is much more important. So I was always very struggle. Of course, I'm working at company, and company, of course, investors are there, we have to improve, and we have to that is grow the company's scale, and then also that is a situation. But always companies activities, always that is not so good to environmental and social situation. So that is always I'd like to say that that is capitalism philosophy. Okay.
Yes. Related comments, but the first, yes, Ishikawa-san, please.
Thank you very much. But my question is exactly the same. So because I emphasize the importance of the local resource utilization, that's one part of the capitalism. But so I don't like some of the monetarism. I don't like. So now you just explained that your think is I agree with you. But so I worry about your position in your company.
Yes, always very.
Shareholders agree with you or something. I'm very questioning that point.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
Like first.
So let me speak in Japanese. So I have been always thinking about McDonald's being my enemy, but that was actually positive surprise for me. Actually, there was the resistance against the McDonald's when McDonald's was introduced in France, and the French and actually farmers stood against the McDonald's introductions, saying that that is a junk food. That was like 25 years ago, so it's been situation has changed in McDonald's. But what about the employees of McDonald's and also the management strategy? Have you ever seen any changes in the management strategy or the employees of McDonald's by doing those activities? I don't see any drastic change. However, I see gradual change. That's how I believe it. For example, regarding greenhouse gas reduction, GHG gas reduction. So in the beginning, people didn't understand at McDonald's. However, they started to think about what they can do to reduce GHG in their cadence, in their business. Of course, we are required to grow the business. Of course, I think the sustainability is not something that we always need to grow something. Of course, we shouldn't actually decline, but we don't need to grow that fast. That's how I see. However, in capitalism, companies are required to grow every year, and they need to expand their store footprint, and by doing so, actually, they are releasing a lot of GHG. But nowadays, for example, we have solar panels on the roof of the stores. In the beginning, there was a lot of pushback because having solar panels takes more time to construct a store, build a store, and also the electric vehicle chargers at the parking lot of McDonald's. We have such an EV chargers. And then, people in the beginning say it has nothing to do with our CO2 emission. But I say, if we have a space in our parking lot, we are able to actually reduce CO2 emission for community. So we have a lot of cross-functional discussions in inviting people who have nothing to do with the environment or CSR, corporate social responsibility, and also regarding the management level. Now we have outside directors and also outside auditors. Now their voices are much bigger than before. So those outsiders, they bring in an outsider's view. And they actually give us a lot of advice, and they sometimes pressure the management team to do much more regarding CSR, corporate social responsibility activities.
Yes, just a quick comment. I'm very pleased for Japan to see that McDonald's act in that way. But in my small city in Provence, a second McDonald's was just open on the best soils, on the best place for cultivating and for farming. And of course, that's a reality. McDonald's behaves as a predator, and this type of brand, of course, is very important to be in. And you are like Dr. Jekyll and Mrs. Hyde at the same time. You are just going as a punk in McDonald's surrounding and trying to make it in a right way. But I think we cannot face such difficulty. It's because the capitalism way to behave is too strong to in fact to be influenced as a mega society. So that was just a comment, and we never should lose attention of the effect on health, the effect on loss of diversity, of cultural practices, on food habits, all those variety of attitudes and cultures, which is so important, and that McDonald's is one of the main actors destroying that diversity. So
yes, I understand. So yes, of course, I agree with you. But now we start to discuss with suppliers. So always suppliers is really important for us. So that is McDonald's brand is the three-legged stools, think the way of thinking. So three-legged stool means that is McDonald's brands. That is McDonald's brands are support by three-legged, like McDonald's, suppliers, and franchisees. So that is, for example, that deserve biodiversity always. That is thanks to suppliers, for example, potato suppliers or lettuce suppliers, tomato suppliers. That is always big effort to reserve the biodiversity. But of course, McDonald's a big business. Always that is very, very difficult to very pure, clean business. So, but yes, of course, we have to continue to discuss it with suppliers.
Thank you. And Wakita-san, yeah, first.
Hi.
Yeah.
So in session 4, 3 speakers spoke to us, and they discussed the children's being connected to natural environment. That is very important. That's what we discuss, so that children can develop a sense of belonging to nature. And after that, now you spoke about what you do at McDonald's. I believe there's a big disconnect in between. That's how I felt. So you mentioned educational trainings. For example, McDonald's employees come to school teaching environment to students. That is good. However, after listening to session 4, then now you have just spoke in this session 5. How do you see the divide or contradiction? That's my question. Yeah, thank you very much for your question. So what one company can do is only limited. The way one company can do is limited, and there is a proper way and the company can do. Now we have about 3,000 stores, and regarding our educational environmental education to elementary schools, whether we are able to do this to all elementary schools around the world, around Japan, I wonder. However, the McDonald's is such a big company, therefore there are things that we can do. We have resources with which we can do something for society. That is actually my hope. At the same time, our company is too big to move, to be flexible. So McDonald's is also very careful against the social reputation. For example, if the kids get injured in our program, then it will damage our company reputation. So McDonald's is very careful about losing reputation in society. So what I'm talking here at this conference room, and also what I'm actually talk at my company, of course, there's a big disconnect. So maybe you criticize that, or actually my colleagues sometimes criticize Maki-san, you are too idealist. So of course, McDonald's is actually a great place for families to come as well. Of course, not all families like McDonald's, but there are actually many families who like McDonald's, who want to bring their kids to McDonald's. Therefore, there are actually positive side of McDonald's. And also, McDonald's stores are actually space for community engagement for elderly who live by themselves. Therefore, there are some positive side, but of course, there is a big disconnect. You don't need to be close among the McDonald's. You can collaborate with local entities, local actors. Maybe you can expand your network involving many other sectors. Of course, yes. There are a lot of the requests flowing into our company asking for our help. So among those, of course, we are going to collaborate with different sectors as well. Dr. Sako, thank you very much.
Yes, one of the person who's against the McDonald's, how do you say, expansion capitalism. But in contradiction, I'm one of the big consumer of McDonald's. I don't know why. For me, the Big Mac set is one of the best sets in the world. I don't know. I remember I'm consuming 3 or 4 times a week. But at the same time, yeah, but it's very interesting because one day I was going to the McDonald's at Hyakumanben, that's a place in Kyoto. And then I found my professor I respect very well, Takamatsu Shin, who is a big architect. So he's a big fan of McDonald's too. So, and then he's the one who is always talking about greenery, about things, but I don't know why he's consuming McDonald's. So I start to talk to him about McDonald's. So he tried to convince me for 1 hour about how much Big Mac is good for health. Anyway, so in those contradictions, for me, the expansion system of the McDonald's business is something very bad. I take always as an example in my class, because a hamburger of 100 yen means some people somewhere in the world are working for less than 1 yen. And now recently, I don't know if you know that McDonald's became also a kind of reference of you are accepted by the West or not. For example, in Africa. So when we talk, so our reference is, do you have McDonald's in your country? Yes, I have. Okay, our country is good. So it became you have McDonald's, the country is good. You don't have McDonald's, the country is bad. So, it became that kind of image. So, in that contradiction, maybe McDonald's has the power, to make a change if they want. But at the same time, as you say, McDonald's maybe is considering only how much money they can make, in their business. So between that contradiction of really influencing, the image in those kind of countries, and also about the money they are making, that's the social response. So I don't know, what is your position in that?
That's the first thing. The second thing also, I think it's very important also, as you say, McDonald's is entering the green as just image. For example, I don't know if you know that, for example, the solar panels, McDonald's and 7-Eleven, they have the most, number of second-hand solar panels they are throwing away because they always change, so even if they do green in facade, behind they do worse. So I don't know, as one of the members, what do you think about all those things?
そうですね。どういうのが。大丈夫。Yeah, I'm sorry, I cannot understand very clear solution, but どういうふうに言ったらいいのか。
社会的行為というか社会的
Well, the social activities looks like McDonald's have been contributing a lot through the various social activities, but that's the one particular image. But how much profit they are able to make is the key pillar. But even if they go into the green activities, they need to calculate their own money and profits. So there is always the contradiction. The social responsibility of McDonald's, how are you going to think about? Of course, they are going to discharge what they have to do to be responsible for the society. But if in any case, McDonald's is serious enough to have the social impact to make the transformation, maybe it's possible for them to be successful. So why they are not able to be equipped with such values? There is such possibility that they will have such value. Thank you very much. Starting out from social business, if there is a company, they are able to start with the social business. So that's the collection of the people who agree to implement such social transformation. But what is the start point of the McDonald's? Think about it. McDonald's brothers started this business. Lake Lock has expanded this through the expansion of the businesses by way of franchise. But the purpose of this is to provide the cheap or inexpensive good food for the consumers, and with a high level of sanitation and efficiency. That's the value sets they wanted to offer. Now, employees who would like to work in McDonald's and colleagues, of course, that's the contradiction I always feel. If we start to say, let's make the environment better, and it's very difficult to cultivate the mindset to make the improvement in the environment. Well, what about the top management of McDonald's? If there is a reshufflement, there may be the change. For the people who are attracted to McDonald's, what is the basic mindset of them? It's very difficult for them to be equipped with such environmental mindset. I'm only one director, but there are a lot of officers and executives in the top management of McDonald's in the world. So I get disappointed every day because global communication by the president on SNS, whenever I open that, SNS. Is there any way that this person and this man who's the top of the McDonald's is able to give the thoughts to the environment? I always think that there is always a contradiction. Then what is the meaning of me standing right here in front of you? I have been giving the thoughts to this every day. Are there anything that I would be able to contribute? Are there anything the McDonald's is able to contribute? Is there anything that the corporate culture is going to change? But I know that they are purely capitalistic, so it's very difficult. But thank you very much for your wonderful question.
じゃあ、one comment。日本語で言います。
はい。
この数年僕は
In the past several years in Tokyo Biennale artistic event, I attended this. The children bring their toys and get the new toys through the replacement, and 90% of which is the Happy Set toys given by McDonald's. And they are creating the art events, bringing the Happy Sets toys. They can create the dinosaurs, horses, and animals, and very freely. So you would be able to contribute a lot because you do have the volume and you do have the number in the shops. Of course, human resources development is one thing, but for the children, they are able to create the very free talent and ingenuity by using such toys. That is the reason that I asked such a question earlier. And Happy Sets, those are recyclables. We've been doing this. The persons in charge to launch Happy Sets had the difficulties in launching them, but this has been now the center of the envies. And non-plastic things are now converted. The collaboration of the art with the Happy Sets are something I am very much looking forward to. Chabai-sensei.
I have great sympathy in some ways in your position of dealing with a very big bureaucracy, basically, and feeling that you want to make a change. And just an observation, or it's a question and an observation. One of the question is, are there people both within McDonald's, but also in other large corporations, say in Japan, just to make it, to limit it, who feel and are working in similar directions that you could ally with to get some momentum from among these people? And the reason I say this is that as individuals, we often, and I say that from my own experience from early, teenage years in civil rights work and anti-Vietnam and so forth, you always feel like you are fighting the whole huge, whatever it is, system alone, unless you can find allies who are joined with you. And this sense of collective agency can be both self-reinforcing so that you don't feel totally helpless and burned out, and at the same time can be a mechanism for moving ahead with it. What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, that is internally and externally, both colleagues and the same friends and partners, that is important, I understand. So for example, internally, so I hired the several staffs, so that is very related to environmental friendly and then social friendly people, expertise. So then also externally, of course, always typically Japanese domestic company or typical international companies in Japan always very isolated to that, even if that is a sustainability positions members always, but much better than Japanese companies, for example, international company. For me, for example, I'm much more specialist for sustainability, always just only to focus on that sustainability for a long time. But other Japanese companies, like not say something the company's name, but big automobile company, big food company, always that is a position is changed. So just from other salesperson to a sustainability, a marketing person to sustainability. So always very different world. No knowledge, no expertise always. But of course, that's why that is externally, there are many collaborations or the consortium like this, or the, for example, as a professor, together, that several companies together and to discuss together, and others, for example, Nikkei or Media, or that is Sustainable Brands, other companies, always that is a lead the consortium or collaboration that the same position or same roles. Yeah.
Thank you very much. It is a very complicated discussion and very tough talk time. With Maki-san, Super SDGs Consortium is created together with Maki-san. JT and the other corporations are the members who are considered to be the anti-environmental activities. But in such circumstances, if you place yourself in such a company, it's a very hard job. But they are determined to make the change little by little. So the strategic racketeers working in the company, that's what we call them. And we hope they are able to make the change inside of the company little by little by employing the right strategies. So there have to be the diversified different types of the green human resources. Maybe at some time in the future, there may be the connections amongst those different green human resources to tie up. Thank you very much for shedding the lights on our points of discussion. Thank you. Please give the big hands to Maki-san.
So sorry. So thank you very much. So we have so many talks, points, but we have to close the session today. So at the last, we want to invite the moderators from each session and reflect a bit. And also we want to have a reflection time. And also I want to ask some impression or the comments from especially younger researchers and also artists or designers at the last. And also I want to ask Shabai Sensei and Yamagiwa Sensei for closing. So at first, we want to invite each moderators. So the first session is by Daniel Sensei. So please reflect and some key messages or key points.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much. I will just remind you of some of the key ideas from the first session, which we began by talking about manga as a method in environmental communication. And some of the key ideas from that session were that manga can easily convey complex action across time and space. It's good at describing non-hierarchical or rhizomatic and simultaneous relationships on a single page. Remember from Nick's examples there. Frederick also mentioned the question of alterity. It can show otherness, the non-human, the non-living, other kind of entities beside the human easily appear there. And also, Nick, in his comments, he mentioned that manga or comics are very good at describing the all-at-onceness of how we actually think, rather than the sequential kind of time-by-time patterns that we have in text. A few other key ideas were that manga are not just tools for communication, but they are creative, interactive, and accessible. Anyone can make them, even people who are not drawers. People can make them together as a form of dialogue between the artist and the author and others. And this kind of interaction can be very fruitfully brought into research settings. From especially the Gomek group, a lot of comments about how they can be so humorous, satirical, and emotional, that they make people smile, and that they, in that way, very quickly enter people into a situation and promote dialogue. And they allow people to see things in a new perspective. We remember the comment from Professor Sako on parents being able to see the lives of their children, or the experience of their children in a new way. And they also stimulate the imagination about self, community, and place. Professor Sako again said we can dream through manga. And then there was a last point that was kind of here and there, and that was one of the things about them is that they can be read anywhere. They're very easy. They can show up in any settings, formal and informal, and that they allow us to listen to ourselves, kind of a mode for self-reflection and for thought. And so I think that those were some of the key ideas in the session, and I thank all the presenters for bringing those to us today. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So the second session by Professor Taniguchi.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much. During the last 2 days, that I keep thinking that what is a beauty, what is a beautiful nature, society, and a human being. Those questions strike me during the last 2 days. So session 2 focused on the carbon neutrality. We had 3 presentation and 1 commentator comments. So those talk is so wide scope, and not only the one couple of dimension, but multi-dimensional talk, including importance of the inner awareness as a starting point, and pro-environmental behavior depend not only individual awareness, but also collective cultural context. And also local engagement can help bridge the gap between selfish and altruism motivation towards a similar behavior or attitude. So importance of multi-scale engagement horizontally, considering that connection by local, regional, and national level, and transforming the negative energy such as climate anxiety into the positive energy of the jointly depending concrete solution can also help sustain long-term engagement. And I'd like to emphasize 2 points. The first point is connectivity between visible and invisible matters, things on the carbon neutrality, which is relationship between internal and external. So in the case, in the dimension of individual, that is a connectivity between invisible belief and norm and visible attitude and behavior. In a dimension of the collective way, invisible culture and a visible policy or institution. So those connectivity really depend on the world view, sekaikan. So that's we discussed a lot the last 2 days. So not only carbon neutrality, but all environmental issue. And the second point is another connectivity between framing and processing for carbon neutrality. That is a vertical and also horizontal way. In the dimension of the engagement, that's a who and when is important, as well as the what and how. And in the case of the agency, the multi-scale structure necessary, not only vertical way, but also horizontal way. So we discussed many dimensions about humanity and nature relationship. So I'd like to encourage you to visit next year's exhibition, which will be held in Uehiro. We will try to do survey about the world view of the relationship between humanity and nature using the photo which was accumulated in our institute. So please visit to the museum in Uehiro about the world view of the humanity and nature relationship. So unfortunately, we couldn't discuss about misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation with geopolitical instability and job income insecurity in the age of AI, which is invisible. Okay, thank you so much.
ありがとうございます。Okay, so the next is Kondo-san's session. this morning. So everyone remember maybe? Yeah,
Yes, it is. So just before Taniguchi-san mentioned the exhibition. So that is an exhibition of the Humanity and Nature dialogue that is to be held in the National Museum of Science in Ueno, Tokyo from end of July to up to the middle of September. So I am kind of working as a coordinator of the exhibition. So anyway, so our session is focusing on the area capability. And from the session, this slide is a kind of a re-editing of the KANBARA-san's comment slides. So in KANBARA-san's view, our core question was how to build circulations of knowledge, culture, social relations, and ecological considerations going beyond conventional things or economic value, just we discussed just before the session, Maki-san's presentation, and to achieve sustainable local development. So we are focusing on local activities first. So that's the case studies is really wide the spectrums from marine conservation, architecture heritage management, and also organic farming in the local community. And from areas from Gulf and North Africa to Southeast Asia and Japan. So that's a very different cultural context we presenting, but that can be we share some core concept of these four dimensions on the middle of this slide. So first one is knowledge, including skills, expertise, and learning shared across communities. The second is culture, relating to values, traditions, and heritage preserved and transmitted. And social capital is mentioned by Wakita-san, particularly, that is connected to trust, networks, and mutual aid strengthened. And also, care is another important concept we discovered that is embedded in the main concept of area capability, and also KANBARA-san delivered the case studies in Epinas and in disaster analysis. So ecological care also refers to the environmental stewardship and also resource resilience. So we come to conclude that the area capability approach is a framework that visualizes and promotes the circulation of capabilities. So capabilities is a very important issue. So we leave the three questions for this general discussion. The first one is care and rule setting issues. How do physical and informational spaces transform community interests into responsibility and high compliance with self-set rules? The second question shall be area and governance matters. So how should the optimal boundary of the area or community be determined, and how can limited entry principles align with the national systems? The scale issues, that's connected to the question 3, scaling and the policy issues. So what strategies enable scaling local area capability approaches, successes to other regions and national levels policies, like green transformation. So that is a take-home message from our session. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And also the session, Yoshikawa Sensei, please.
Sorry, I cannot prepare the English version PowerPoint, so I need Japanese text. Okay, and so session 4 ですが
In session 4, the panelists or the speakers talked about living with nature and the humans have a capability to self-help. We have to regain the capability to self-help, and the loss of connectedness, the process of loss, and the direction to regain the connectedness was emerging, not limited to the knowledge in your brain, the physical experience or the specific the encounter, your feeling, tactile feeling of nature is quite important. This is going to be an important touching point to support the non-cognitive capability. And living with nature gives you well-being, the sense of happiness. And there is going to be a life with wonderful gap, and that would enrich the humanity. This was also suggested. And the appropriate level of efficiency in the consumption have taken people away from the nature. And bringing back the nature and the forest is going to regenerate humans. We live in the AI era, so the connectedness between the selves and the others are quite important. And the session we had today gave us a lot of inspiration. Internal, or the sense of love and the self, the acceptance and the gratitude is important, but we should go beyond the individual boundary to gain a connectedness with the community, and we need to reconsider how we should deal with the issue of consumerism and consumption and efficiency. We need to look at the reality anew, and we have to decide and discuss and select what we should do. Because of these, for the children of today and tomorrow, perhaps we prepared too many options, too many roads, and we created big roads and tell them to stay in the middle of the road, otherwise they're going to fall from the right path. This is the type of education we have given to our children. The nature and wilderness can educate them. Rivers, forest, and the sea, we need to, or they need to listen to them. And non-verbal, or the knowledge of wilderness, how can we start to see the importance of the knowledge in the wilderness? And the adults are first of all required to try to see them. And we share the same space, we share the same image, and that's quite important, and it's a very humane function of imagination. Nature, humans, and the things need to be equally resonating among them. And education and the senses, what can we transmit to the next generation was an important core question. I would like to thank all the panelists and the speakers.
はい、ありがとうございました。So that time is quite limited, but we want to use the reflection session. So, but we want to make a kind of dialogue as much as we can. So Yamagiwa sensei, Chabai sensei, and Maki-san, would you please go in the front? And also I will walk around to ask some impression or something from the artists or designers and the young researchers, and also the participants, maybe GOMIC members. So first, 今回はグリーンデザインラボということで。
So Green Design Lab. So we invited the 10 artists so that they can make the outcome of this conference into the pieces of art. So we are going to ask their impressions first. Please. Immediately from Octangle, thank you for this wonderful opportunity. We are the members of Green Design Lab. We've been participating in Green Lab, and what we can do for the environment, and for that purpose, we attended these 2 days conference. Sustainability of the world. It depends on the perspective. Are you a business person? Are you an individual? Are you a human? Are you the planet Earth? Or are you one of the animals? It really depends on the perspective, and I could listen to different ideas in the cases. And I learned a lot. Environmental art. Through the environmental art, the awareness about the environment can be increased, and the specific action can be supported. This is what we would like to infuse into our art works. My comment, personal comment. So I had a wonderful opportunity to have a lot of input. So tomorrow, I would like to turn on the earth and see the sky and enjoy the nature as we start my creation of art. I would like to keep on learning. Thank you very much.
So next 行きましょうか。はい。教育部門で技術補佐員をしております。
I'm Toda, technologist in the education department. Thank you very much. It's been a wonderful conference today and yesterday. I graduated from Art University. I was good at learning academic subject, so some of the subjects were quite difficult for me to understand. I'm afraid I don't understand everything, but we have prepared the convenience, and I know it's quite difficult to go back to the state where the nature was more nurtured, and each community has a different sets of problems, and the people's mind and the value systems are quite different. So homogeneous or having the same direction among the many of us may be quite difficult. This is what I felt. The biggest impression comes from the McDonald's session, which was quite active with discussion. And I believe this is because the company is so influential. That's what I felt. And Maki-san is fighting. And just like a plant whose root is in a concrete. And she looked wonderful for me. Thank you very much. Perhaps she can be made into a work of art. Thank you. Can I ask you? My name is Haneda. I'm from Tokyo. I was born and bred in Tokyo. I'm from Tokyo. So the environmental issues, I had never received any education focusing on environment. My friends, all born and bred in Tokyo, that has been my environment. But during the past couple of years, the fact that I am here, I am alive, I meet people, I see something very beautiful, and I realize my feeling excited. And when I realize this can happen only one time, then what I want to explore is about how I should feel that I am part of the planet, the part of the earth, and I am one of the living things on the earth, and there must be a connectedness, hoping that I can regain my connectedness to the earth or to life. I'm trying to find answers through the creation of works of art. So today and yesterday, there were so many ideas, and my brain is very much heated up listening to so many different kind of ideas. But what I feel right now is it's a kind of hope, sense of hope. That's now what's emerging in my heart. And especially today, the session 4, it's about the connectedness between the human and nature. And that session spoke not to my brain, but to my heart. I was very much moved by the session. During that session, that's how I felt. That's my impression. It's been a pleasure for me to be part of this conference. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Then perhaps representing a young researcher. Good afternoon. My name is Rachel.
なんかずっと前から地球圏に
Since long ago, I wanted to come to RIHN. The Dr. Augustin Berg
少し前から地球圏に行ってくださいって言いましたから
has been telling me to come and visit RIHN. And after a long period of time, finally I'm here at RIHN and I'm very happy. And the Frederick Julian, the Professor Frederick Julian is my mentor. Thanks to Professor Julian, I have been able to meet many wonderful researchers at RIHN. I do thank you for this opportunity. Among today's presentations, the kindergarten in the forest or the education under the sky, there was a presentation on those types of education. I am doing similar research, so I was happy to find doing research in a similar field. Kindergarten in the forest. This is not a public kindergarten. And this may be an issue because education system itself is not changed, and the parents bear the burden, the monetary burden to operate the kindergarten, so we have to consider that aspect. So I am from Tokyo Metropolitan University. I am going to start my doctorate course. I hope that I can find another opportunity to come back to RIHN. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so undergraduate student will also attending, so please.
皆さん貴重なお話ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much for your great talks. My name is Horikawa. I am the second year of undergraduate education. So among my experience in attending classes at my college, but these 2 days you focus on specific topic, bringing in people from different disciplines. So this is a very rare opportunity for me as well. Usually at college, we have only one teacher to talk about one topic, but this time there are many doctors and professors with different disciplines talking about the same topic. So what I felt was that there's no single solution for the environmental problems. Among the fisheries and agriculture, there are various aspects. There should be a various approach to address the environmental issues, and that's I'm not sure how I can put it, but this could be also related to education, and also it could also related to the each person's motivations and emotion. So in these sessions, so you have shared what you have been doing. Now I see some silver lining in this environmental issue, and I understood the various approaches and the various possible actions going forward. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Kono from Sanrio. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Regarding environment, at my college years, I attended the classes for the environmental issues, and I was writing a report about that. But since I joined the company, I was a little bit distant away from the environmental issues. Especially, the well-being is related to nature. That's really impressed me a lot. Of course, living in the urban areas is very convenient. However, being connected with nature brings well-being and happiness to me. That's what I learned from sessions. Thank you very much. From Sanrio. Sanrio is a company who produces Kitty-chan. Kitty. Shimamoto-san. My name is Shimamoto from the Comic Exploring Group. All the presentations are very interesting, and I felt your passions into your research topics. And so I am very grateful for giving me this opportunity to join these sessions. So what I was surprised was that in these sessions you brought in people with different disciplines, and some are doing a lot of field works with people in the community. So that is something I learned, and that actually gave me some hope for the future. So knowing this, now I believe green knowledge is moving into the new phase, I think. So once again, thank you very much for this learning for me. So with this manga as a tool, I like to continue to communicate these things to general public. And also in session 1, there was a discussion regarding the manga, power of manga as a tool to make people think about these issues. Now, I am confident being a manga expert. So through my manga works, I would like to continue to communicate those issues to the general public. Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to move to the next type of discussion. I'd like to ask Dr. Chabai and Dr. Yamagiwa and Dr. Maki-san to share with you your thoughts after listening all of those.
For long talks and with various topics. I was very impressed that almost all the people talks about connection and connectedness among people and to nature. But I think decision-making and the way of discussion are varied with the scale of groups. So one of my colleagues, primatologist, Robin Dunbar, British primatologist, once said, and he wrote that the limitation of democracy is 160 or 50 people. And last year he wrote a book with two colleagues from Oxford University, ecologist and economist. And he said that the smallest party started 5 people. And 5 people can talk everything every day. And decision making is very easy. But then multiplies by 3, 15 people. Then facilitator is needed because some different, opinions fused, and facilitator can conclude with different opinions, and 15 multiplied by 3, 45, and just 50 people needs leader. So what's the role of leader? To make fresh membership of 50 people. You know, if 50 people continue to discuss many things, then quarrel, conflict appear. So then leader must, you know, take some of them out or take some of outsiders in. That is the main role of leader. And then multiply 3, 150. There's the upper limit of democracy. So it's adapt to the size of local community to discuss. And then what decision making should be made? You know, leader must call 150 people and exercise some of opinion in reality, and then connected with the other local community to cope with each other. That is very necessary for decision making. And it's, you know, I guess that's a rule of group scale. It's not only in human being, but also in the mammal groups, especially in primate groups. And so please consider about that connection, what means. And decision making should be varied with the scale of groups. And another point is nature. You know, nature is very diverse. And session 4, everyone talked about tamed nature. So it is very easy for providing children. They can play with nature, but it's very secure places. But I myself have experienced, you know, in different nature is very risky. And deep in the tropical rainforest in Africa, it's, you know, many risky things occurred unexpectedly. So it is not adaptable for children who have no experience to play with nature. But yes, I have experienced to be lost in this very deep in the forest, tropical forest, but I could survive. It is why I have experience in my childhood in play with nature. So that experience encouraged me to survive. Okay, that's nature. I don't know the future of this, you know, indigenous nature, but I could harmonize with this kind of unknown nature based on my experience in my childhood. So that is very important for children. In their future, they will face unknown nature or unknown people, unknown culture, but they should be confident to survive. That is very important for them to learn. So I would like to strengthen such kind of, you know, training, unexpected subject to treat and to play. So it is not only the nature, but also artificial environment. And Finally, environmental issue is very complicated. And we must think about which kind of topic urgent to be solved. So there may be multiple solutions, but what is the urgent matter for us and for local people, for local government, for national government, which is important, which is urgent, which is primary matter to solve. So that is, should be ordered, in our near future to, one by one to solve. So, Kondo-san or many organizers told us there remained some problems. Taniguchi-san also says, so which is urgent matter? We must realize about that to cope with each other in different sections. Thank you very much.
Well, first of all, I want to thank everybody who did present because I learned a great deal and really appreciate the perspectives that were presented. I mean, we really had an incredibly rich set of views, of cultures, of approaches to what were always common issues, but in different forms and under different circumstances. And very much to the point that Yamagiwa-sensei just brought up, it is being aware of all of these different contexts, cultural effects, etc., environments that should help us learn how to adapt. And it's not just urgency, I would say, it's priority. Because something may be urgent, but it may not be the most critical issue to address. So that one has to think about both of those. But I really feel that this marvelous symposium, last 2 days, has really opened up, I hope for all of us, but certainly for me, my thinking about a number of these points. So let me address there are really maybe 3 things that I'd like to come to. First, we talked about manga, and I would like to also couple that to thinking about narratives. And I connect those two because on one hand, manga are a very beautiful, very rich, very versatile means of communicating ideas and getting an expression that we want to communicate. On the other hand, narratives are indicators of sentiment and attitude and beliefs and values of communities that we should be listening to so that we understand what is behind positive or negative behaviors so that we can understand how to address them. So it's not just it's not the narrative that we write as we might with manga. It's the narrative that is in the community, is circulating on social media, in common discussions around the family table, wherever it is, that by listening to that, deeply listening and thinking what's behind that. And I'm also thinking about I'm sorry to say, the kinds of terrible things that are happening in the United States and elsewhere under authoritarian regimes. It's not enough just to push back and say, no, 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 that's wrong. First of all, it doesn't work. But more importantly, it doesn't help us understand why are people feeling alienated? What is that anger about? And if we don't understand that, then we don't know how to respond. And if we're going to respond, then the manga, I think, are very important. And I mean, there are other ways as well, but I mean, that's what we were talking about. So that's one central point. The second thing that I would like to bring up, and this actually goes back to one of the earliest conversations Yamagiwa Sensei and I had, and he's told me about his getting lost in the jungle and the need to be adaptive and manage and survive in that. I had a different experience for 5 weeks. Actually, I've done it several times, but the most extreme was 5 weeks in northern Alaska near the Yukon border with Canada, so the northeast part of Alaska, in an area where there was nobody who had been in there. The mounted police had no record of people for about 100 years being in that area. So I went to the Native Americans in that area and said, well, what do you know about this area? And they looked at me, why would we go one day in and there's so much animals and there's fish here in the river, why would we go any further? Like, you know, what's the matter with you? Is what they were thinking, obviously. Well, we spent 5 weeks with no GPS, no radio, no telephone, and a bad map. And that requires, I mean, there were risks, not as much perhaps as in the jungle, or different ones. We had grizzlies, we had wolverine, we had eagles. So there were things that were risky. Probably the biggest risk was getting lost and not being able to get through, or drowning in the rivers, or falling on the ice walls. But the point was that it was also in terms of nature. People said, well, why do you do that? Because it's incredibly beautiful. And it's not just the beauty in one sense, but it's a very important part of this adaptation. It was this sense of being alive in that environment, where every moment you need to be aware of your circumstances. You need to think about, where can I go? How does the mountain look? Can I get up? Okay. Can I get down the other side, which I can't see? So what do I know? How do I adapt? And how do I keep my own spirit? And the group of them, there were 3 people on that expedition, my first wife, myself, and a friend. So there was no backup. There was no McDonald's nearby if we got hungry. We really had to work with what we had there. And I think that lesson is very important, however that happens. And that happens as much in the middle of a city, in the middle of doing our research. We have to figure out, okay, now what? And how do we go further? And how do we not just take one more step in the same direction because we've been going that way, but is that really the direction I want to go? Maybe I should be thinking about other directions. And what would make me want to go differently? So nature is a wonderful resource. It's a wonderful teacher. But one has to be open to that. And I think that's where we can help in terms of green knowledge. we can help children already, but throughout life, I hope. I hope none of us are too old to keep learning, but to be able to think about adaptation and appreciation. That's something in I forgot now which session it was, I mean, what number session, but the kind of self-awareness of how you draw from these experiences and help yourself build understanding to go forward. Again, thank you so much for all you contributed to my learning.
お二人の長いListening to the wonderful speeches by two gentlemen, long one rather, so I would like to be short. Why am I here? I have been thinking about myself. Why am I here? Maybe in the past 2 days, you might have shared the same views. Why are you here? What is the motivation? So the motivation might be different individually. So you were able to enjoy the talks which were different from your forecast or imagination, or it's up to you whether you are going to utilize this effectively or ineffectively. Before I came over here and after I came over here, my perception were changed. On behalf of the corporation, I was here. I thought that this was going to be very interesting. Out of curiosity, I came over here. Whenever I attend the academic conference, because I don't attend to the university by 100%, it is not the 100% obligations. When I'm invited to those conferences, I'm so excited out of curiosity. And when I change my job, I always think there must be a new thing I can discover. What are the duties? What are the things I am going to experience? Because there is a significance and meaning I can find if I get there. It's up to me whether I can utilize this very effectively or not. As long as you demonstrate your capacity to 100% extent, and you do not have to exceed your capability, but there are things you can do after you can come over here. So starting from tomorrow, let's do this one by one. Go forward. Thank you very much.
Unfortunately, that time is coming, so I have to close the session. But we have still some time after the session, before the shuttle bus is coming. So please communicate each other as much as you can. Yeah, so thank you very much again. Yeah, to be honest, I think I'm the same as you. Now I'm very full of information, full of green knowledge, but we have the Green Knowledge Center now at RIHN, so we have to organize as much as we can. And also I can, but like Chabai Sensei, I can get so many ideas, and also maybe we can get some seeds for collaboration together. So please come back whenever you want to talk about new projects, and also please let's develop the new the green knowledge education programs or some more activated projects, and not only Green Knowledge Center but also Uehiro Center also focusing on the more wider view of the value based on the nature and the humanity. Yeah, so thanks to all of you, we can connect this time inside RIHN as well about that related topics. Yeah, and talking about me, so I'm an expert on waste management from engineering faculty. So basically, our friends loves concrete or investment or money. Yeah, but coming to RIHN 2 years ago, and I moved from city center to countryside and start Satoyama life. And every day I feel happiness. Yeah, of course, sometimes the nature is very strict. Deer is coming all the night and eat vegetables. Yeah, but I can feel I'm in the nature. And I want to show this kind of lifestyle for the younger generation. But maybe that's one example. So there are various styles. So green knowledge as well. So I want to show many green knowledge types, and RIHN become a department store for green knowledge and green resources. Okay, thank you very much. And I hope we can meet again in several styles, international symposium or seminars, and also project. Okay, so thank you very much, all of you. Thank you.